Good morning, my Big Tail brothers. Lovely. Let's go for a drive. Good morning, RO. Hello, Forge. Hey, Cyber. Hey, Char. Back to us. Smell that thing. Hey, KS.
Yo. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I heard. I heard you guys found out that SCE died.
Yeah, we kind of knew it, but we had to verify it.
Yeah. I only talked to him personally. I only talked to him like on a panel twice, so I didn't know him too well, but I
Yeah,
did definitely know, I did definitely know him of him, you know. It's not like I've talked to him like 100 times. I've known him the whole, years that I've known about him, that I've known him personally.
yeah,
You know, but he was a good dude, from what I heard.
he was.
Yeah, yeah. I saw, yeah. I skimmed through your stream.
Thank you.
So yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I watched it. Did you find out how he died and when he died
Yeah,
and?
he died back in March from heart attack.
Oh man. Hopefully it was just like hopefully it was a quick fucking, hopefully it wasn't drawn out and
Uh,
fucking painful. You know.
no, no. They could, he was out mowing the lawn and came inside to rest and sat down on the couch and died.
And did somebody find him? Did
Say what?
somebody, um,
Yeah, his daughter found him.
oh, like days later, or like weeks later, or like months later, or?
I the it was a day or two. They hadn't
That's
heard from
yeah,
him.
yeah. I've heard. I know people that spend like months in their house, like dead. Sometimes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Did he make content?
No.
I know he was a wrench everywhere. He was the grand. He was the grand master. I'm fucking wrench.
Yeah.
You know. Like I said, I've done a panel, with him like maybe 2 times. You know.
He didn't really like to even come on the panels.
Yeah. You know how old he was when he passed?
He was 63 or 4, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Hopefully it was just one of those. You know.
he's had heart disease for a long time
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it sucks. It sucks the fact that he died. It sucks the fact that he did die. You know what I'm saying. What I'm saying. Like, hopefully it was just like the heart attack, and he just went.
now. Yeah.
You know, heart attack and just instantly. So, where you heading?
I'm going to Salem Springs, Arkansas.
Yeah. I heard Arkansas was like real dangerous.
No.
I think,
West Memphis, yeah.
yeah,
Parts of Little Rock, yeah.
but
Pond
Little
Bluff,
Rock,
yeah.
yeah.
Other than that, no.
And where the fuck the Clintons are from.
Little Rock.
Yeah. Yeah. We had this discussion. And we had this discussion, about how all the state capitals, were shitholes.
Bar.
Yeah. You'll be cutting out a little bit, Your signal's kind of scratchy. I don't know what the audience is experiencing. I don't know if the audience can hear me or can hear Brandon or hear one of us. But he just went mute. His shit, just froze up. His shit just froze up just now. Let me see comments. Let's see, Mr. Bill. Yeah, there's Brandon. Homefront Forge, RO, Cybertoxin, Char, Singletown. Singletown doesn't have a fucking wrench. Singletown is not wrenched. Brandon's gone. I couldn't fucking wrench you, even if I wanted to. I wonder if the master wrench can give you guys a wrench. And I wonder if a master wrench, has those powers. I don't fucking know. Yeah! Absolute knowledge seekers. I must attain. I must acquire the absolute fucking knowledge. That's just how the game goes. It's always good to have one. You know. It's always good to have aim a wrench. God forbid, the other wrenches want to do some bullshit. Yeah. 4:30 in the morning. 4:30 in the morning over here. Went to the gym. Pretty sick workout. Let's see. Yeah. And SEE and was solid. Yeah, I didn't know him too well, like I told you guys earlier. I didn't speak with him too much. I didn't I had too much, I have too much correspondence, with SEE. He was cool. He definitely never gave me never gave me a problem any type of way. I know Frank, way better, than SEE. It sucked to hear, when he passed. I know Frank, way better. I mean, it did fucking, it did like hour long, multiple hour, fucking streams. You know, I'm not American. English speakers can made snide insult. Yeah, you're saying like, with the way that English, you're saying the way that when people speak English and they make them certain insults. Yeah, I know Frank, way better. But I like both of those guys. Neither of them gave me a problem. Neither, neither of those guys gave me any type of fucking drama BS, or nothing. And so God bless, both of them. You know, and they rest in peace. You know, they're saying that SCE, his heart attack was hopefully just, the heart attack, and then he just went. Frank had cancer. So I'm assuming that Frank, yeah, they were both solid. I'm assuming that Frank might have been a little bit more drawn out, since he had cancer. Supposedly he was on unlimited. Supposedly he was on pain medication, unlimited. Because he was the last stage, cancer. Um, yeah, yeah. I played chess games. We did fucking karaoke. Me and Frank. We did it all. You know, me and Frank. I didn't even know. I didn't even know that Frank had cancer till like 6 months or less. Before he actually, was in his final, fucking stage. Even less than that. Like 2 months. 2 months. Before he died. That's when I found out that he had cancer. I knew him for I knew him, for fucking years. I knew him for years, before he actually, before he, before he died, of his cancer. And that was some pretty bad. That was some pretty bad fucking news. Especially because I found out. Especially because I found out, right before. Um, who else? Yeah, Invention died a while back. There was that whole situation. I didn't know he had cancer till his last fucking video. Yeah, I remember Invention. Yeah, he had that video, where he was in like this fucking tube, saying that this might be his last fucking video, and it was. It's a damn shame. I wonder if they have cures. Because there's a lot of conspiracy theories, about cancer. And how it's a bunch of parasites. It's a whole bunch of unhealthy shit. With the food, and the environment, and all this other, fucking bullshit. Causing fucking cancer. People say people say it could be the sun. People say it could be the sun. It could be the food. It could be who knows what the who knows what the cause of the cancer is. But I hear that it's parasites mostly. Let's see. Yeah. I don't know what causes. There's a lot of research. You know. People say different things. Yeah. Like one billionaire is David Rockefeller. Yeah, I think he was like 100, and something. He had like four. I think it was 100 something. He had like four fucking heart transplants. Um, and he was one billionaire. Supposedly, David, not David. Um, Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger. Supposedly Henry Kissinger supposedly died of natural causes, or whatever the fuck he died of. You know, um, but who knows what they want you to really know? There's a whole conspiracy theory, about Joe, fucking Biden. There's a whole conspiracy theory that he died, in Guantanamo Bay in like 2018 or 19, with some bullshit. He had like a stunt double. He had a guy wearing a fucking, he had some guy in a fucking skin mask. And I don't know if you guys know about that, conspiracy theory. Joe Biden, supposedly, Joe Biden definitely had a stunt double. That's not up for fucking, debate. Who else? Joe Biden, Henry Kissinger, um, David Rockefeller. Supposedly all these people were into transhumanism. So they, for all we know, these motherfuckers, could still be alive. Supposedly they were all into transhumanism. So, they were like, part machine, and part human. Supposedly transhumanists can survive, forever. Supposedly, they're trying to push, this transhumanist, agenda. Who knows if they really died? You know why I say that? Because I wasn't fucking there. Lizard people. It could be lizard people. Yeah, I wasn't fucking there. So I couldn't tell you. So I couldn't tell you if he really fucking died. If they saw his body, and he really fucking died. Who knows? Um, yeah, those are some big three. David Rockefeller, you know, um, Henry Kissinger, the Queen of England is another one. Who knows if she really, died? And with all this transhumanist, fucking bullshit, and with all this transhumanist, fucking, agenda, with all the transhumanists, who knows if the Queen really died, or they kept her alive, with the transhumanism, and who knows if Henry Kissinger, really died, if they kept him alive, with transhumanism. David Rockefeller. David Rockefeller was 104 years old, or like 102. David Rockefeller had 4 fucking heart transplants. Is how they try to keep him alive. Yeah, and supposedly Klaus Schwab had to step down, from the WEF, and now the CEO. Yeah, now the CEO, of Nestle, supposedly took his place. Now the CEO, of Nestle, and Nestle has a huge, water company. Nestle, delivers, water. So it makes sense they would put a guy who's in charge, of so much fucking water, and so much other shit, in charge, of the EF. He's probably a fucking sick, evil, fucking bastard. I could be wrong. You know, I could be wrong. Who had a daughter? Who had a daughter? I'm Singletown. I could be wrong about this Nestle guy, but because I don't fucking know. But I'm probably right. Because who do they put in charge? These fucking sick, organizations. You have to ask yourself, who do they put in charge? Of a thing, like the WEF. You know, WEF. Who was that guy? Who was that guy? Noel Harari, whatever the fuck. Noel or something Harari. Yeah, how is she worse? From Singletown. Yeah, and so the Nestle guy, he's in charge. So the Nestle guy. So the Nestle CEO, I might look him up. Who I think is another sick fuck, is was the CEO, of BlackRock. CEO, of BlackRock. I think his name is Larry. Fink. Yeah, it's all a clown show. Yeah, yeah, Harari. Yeah, Harari. Yep. Yeah, and Fink. Yeah, these are all some sick, fucking people. That's what I want to say, about all these fucking people. Yeah, I wish Brandon either came back, or could let you guys, I'm on the panel, or he just came back. Because I'm carrying this whole show, on my shoulders. You know, I'm carrying this whole show, on my back right now. Yeah, I have a beer, I'm sitting, I'm in my fridge. I didn't drink it. I might try to stay away, from alcohol. I might try to wait. I might try to stay away. I might try to stay away, from alcohol. Unless it's like a party, I must drink. You know, a glass of wine, a margarita, something like that. A beer here and there. Just as just a social gathering, where there's like nothing to do. I'll go to the bar. I won't even have aim a fucking beer. Yeah, shout out, to SCE. Like I told you guys, like I told you guys, like I told you guys, I didn't really talk to him too much, too much. I DM'd him a few times, and we instant message each other, a few times. On panels, one or two times. I haven't spoke to him, too much, but he was a pretty good, solid, dude. I've never heard nothing negative. I never heard nothing negative about this guy. He's been around him for fucking years. Yeah, I mean, 1.2, percent, isn't too much. And 1.2%, I mean, 5%, fucking Smirnoff Ices, you don't even taste the fucking, the fucking alcohol. Those little sweet, those little Smirnoff Ices, and drinks like that, that are 5%, you hardly taste it. My friends used to make fun of me. My friends used to make fun of you. If I drank a fucking 5%, if I drank aim a 5%, fucking alcohol drink. If I drank a 5% drink, they would fucking make fun of me. Unless it was a beer. If it was a beer, usually those are 6%. If it was a beer, it wasn't too bad. If it's like a Smirnoff Ice, or something like that. You know. They used to say Smirnoff Ice was like a fucking girly, drink. White Claw is not too bad. And White Claws, are okay. I had the fucking 8%, White Claw. Yeah, I've had some good. I've had some good on margaritas, and those are usually, those usually taste good. The margaritas. Yeah, and there's a whole spectrum. There's a whole spectrum, of beer. In the United States, there's a whole fucking spectrum. And there's like 8% beers, maybe 10%, 12%. I don't think more than like 12 or 14%. Those are pretty rare. That you find like a fucking 14%, fucking beer. Yeah. And what's up to RO? Cybertoxin and RO Singletown, Cybertoxin. Yeah. I don't have fucking StreamYard on powers. This is a fucking monologue, for now. Um yeah. I haven't drank a beer since maybe like maybe in like 2 months. I don't know. Yeah, Guinness is kinda Guinness is definitely Guinness is definitely not. I'm too watery. It's kind of, what is it, like a brown, what is it, like a dark brown? I'm a dark, I'm a dark, I'm a lager. I'm a dark, I'm a lager. Yeah. Guinness is kind of thick. It has a very thick texture. Yeah, yeah. RO knows. Yeah, RO knows about Darth Bane. Yeah, this is Darth Bane. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's wearing a hood. Yeah, stout. Yeah, he's wearing a hood. I've seen him bald headed. But he's wearing a hood. In this avatar. I'm pretty sure it's Darth Bane. I forget the name of the guy. Who was in episode one? The guy who was like, who was in episode one with the guy with the red and black face? He fell down a pit. I think that's how he died. He made the double sided, red lightsaber. Yeah, yeah, Darth Maul, and it was like a 2-on-1. Which is kind of funny, about these fights. Like Count Dooku, that was a 2-on-1. Actually, well, actually was well, actually when Anakin I'm Count Dooku. I think that was the second fight was a 1-on-1. But the first fight, it was like a 2-on-1. And with the first fight, it was a 2-on-1 when he lost. When he lost his arm. With Darth Maul, that was a 2-on-1 and he fucking lost. But he did have a double-sided, lightsaber. Yeah, not too much honor, with these Jedi's. Not too much honor. And we think the Jedi, is the light side, and the good guys. We think the Jedi, are the good guys. Meanwhile they're using fucking 2-on-1, to beat, one guy. Where's the honor? 2-on-1. That's not honorable. 2-on-1. It's like. I forget. I think there was a. I went to this store in New York that they literally sold like. There was this one store that sold these beers you couldn't get, anywhere fucking else. I used to drive there. You know, um, I think it was like a Duvel. Was one of the names. Yeah, it was like a Duvel. And then like they had this. What's the one? I'm gonna have to Google. These beers. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. My phone, is on the charger. And my phone is charging, so. I don't know if I'm gonna fucking use my computer and start Googling, fucking beers. Yingling, can't go wrong. Yingling is a good one. But I remember there was some shitty beers. I remember there was some fucking trash, fucking beers. And like Old English, and Colt 45, and King Cobras were just fucking nasty. And Old English is fucking disgusting. Colt 45, was pretty bad. King Cobras, are pretty strong, but they're fucking disgusting. And I remember I used to drink. And I was always the younger kid, you know. I was always the younger kid, with all my group, with all my groups of friends, throughout my life. I'm usually, I was always usually the younger guy. And I never tried, I'm Steel Reserve. I don't know if that's a King Cobra, or what it is. Yeah, I was always the younger, I was always the younger kid in the group. I was a younger, I was always a younger kid. I remember my friends were like fucking like 21, when I was 18. One group of friends. Yeah, there was one group of friends. They were like 3 years older than me. And we used to drink, and we used to drink bottles, in their basement. That's one, and that was when I first really tried, alcohol. They used to they used to buy, Burnett's, vodka, Jack Daniels and some other shit. We used to just sit around, and fucking drink, like the most degenerate shit, you can imagine. The most degenerate shit. You know, and we used to drink tequila. We used to drink, tequila. We drank some pretty good, tequila. I think it was Patron. And Jose Cuervo, was fucking garbage. You and Jose Cuervo, was the fucking bottom of the fucking bottom shelf. And I don't know what happened, with the Brandon's, reception. I don't know if his phone died. I don't know if his phone died. He went into a mountain. He's been gone for, he's been gone for like, feels like 10, 15 minutes, already. Yeah, if you guys want me to talk, fill up, those comments. I'll start talking, about what you guys. I'll start talking, about you guys. And put, in the comments. Yeah, yeah, and work. Yeah, yeah. Me and Brandon, we're talking about, I am a couple, of things. You could join in. You know, I'm always be scheming. Always be hustling. Me personally, me personally, 9 to 5s. I just hate answering, to fucking bosses. And that's number one. Number two, I fucking hate fucking losing sleep, to work, fucking schedules. You know, um, um, yeah. And I like jobs, where I can just wake up, whenever the fuck I want, and just work, 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 and then go to sleep, and whatever the fuck I want, wake up, and go back to work, and when I want, do what I want, how I want, when I want, you know, um, I hate bosses. Because you're kind of, I'm at the mercy. You're kind of the mercy whether he's a decent dude or he's not. I mean, fuck that. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I'll be going for days when I don't want to fucking talk to people. I don't know if you guys, get like that, but I just, sometimes there will be like fucking stretches. Sometimes there'll be like, sometimes there'll be days, sometimes fucking weeks, where I don't want to fucking talk to nobody. I don't know about you guys. Yeah. So, SE's been around, SE's been around for probably longer than I've been around. And, SE's been around in this community for a long ass fucking time. And I've been around, since like 2000, I'm 14 ish. Been around since 2014. You know, um, I remember so many fucking, old school, I remember so many fucking old school, content, producers. And what's up, to Sutanar? What's up to Sotanur? Sotanur. Sotanar. 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 Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've been around, since 2000. I've been around since 2000, 14. That's when I got really, red pilled, introduced. It's when I got really, red pill, serious. Because truth be told, I was really, red pill since I was like 18. I'm 19. My first red pill moment, didn't involve my first red pill moment. It didn't involve, MGTOW, fucking content. My first red pill moment, was probably after my first breakup. I was like 16. I'm 17. So let's say 17. So let's say 17. I had a huge fucking wake up call. If you can call it, you can call it, an epiphany, or whatever. But I really got, I'm into content, in like 2000, 14. And I actually started watching, dating advice, and then I branched out, I actually started watching, PUA, and dating, videos. And then I kind of ventured, into the more red pill, MGTOW. You know, I'm kind of, I'm kind of, a purple pill, to an extent. I'm more red pill, I'm definitely, you know, um, but you can't be, I'm so red pill that like, I don't know. And we can't be so red pill, that you're constantly, I'm fucking miserable. We can't be so red pill, that there's like no hope and you're constantly, fucking miserable, you hate life. Yeah, feed me and feed me, some comments. I must start talking and feed me, some topics. I must start rambling. It's a fucking monologue. It was me and Brandon. And he fucking, something happened. Yeah, me and Brandon, and then Brandon probably hit a fucking no reception, on the spot, or his phone died, or something. Yeah, we got 5 viewers. I'm typing some comments. I'll start talking. Type in some comments. Any topics. Any questions. Any fucking comments. Whatever.
Sorry about that, fellas. Went through an area of no signal. So thank you, AKS, for keeping the stream open. Morning, James. Hey, Kevin. Tom. Satnar. Single time bachelor. RO, I've already said hello to. Cyber Toxin. Howdy, howdy, good boys, one and all.
Oh shit! I thought you. Man, I guess you were like in a bad. I guess you were in a bad reception. I guess you were in a mountain or some shit, or wherever the fuck.
Yeah, I was. Actually, I was down in a valley, but which made it even worse.
Yeah. Yeah. You might have to carry the show, bro. You might have carried the show, bro. It wasn't easy.
Yeah. Well, luckily, my audience is used to dead air.
Yeah. And 10-hour streams, you know.
Yeah.
10-hour streams is kind of expected. You know, you can't. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be back in just a minute. I've got to hook up to the trailer that I've just
Okay.
pulled into. Doing a swap.
No.
And the dog wants out. The ground is muddy, and the first thing he does, whenever there's muddy ground, just runs back to the bed, jumps up on the bed, and cleans his feet. Fucking little bastard. So we don't need paw prints all over our freshly washed sheets. So he can just wait. Thirty-five.
You ever get sick while you've been out on the road?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This morning it's hay fever, but I have been sick before, and it sucks. You just
yeah. I remember I was shitting water, like 2 days ago.
yeah. That's why I carry Imodium in the truck.
Yeah. And because because when you start shitting water, you're like, when is this shit gonna end? You start, yeah.
Yeah.
When you start shitting water, and when you start shitting water, you're like, dude, I've had it bad. Dude, I've had it bad for like 2 weeks, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, dude. Those I was like, dude, I was like, dude, I might fucking die. Which realistically, if I don't, if I stop drinking water, if the parasite or is that fucking deadly, I think you could, I think you can.
Yeah, people used to die. They called it dysentery back in the day.
And thankfully, the water shit, thankfully the watery shit only lasted for like 3 hours. But I've had it last for a fucking week, or two. It felt like.
Yeah.
That reminds me. Of a story.
Of a
This
man named
watch.
Brady.
No. Reminds me of a story. This watch. Your father gave me this watch before he died, of dysentery. He held this uncomfortable chunk of metal, up his ass, for 3 years. He held this uncomfortable chunk of metal, up his ass, for 3 years. Then he gave the watch to me. Then I held this uncomfortable hunk of metal, up my ass, for 5 fucking years.
What's the point of your story, brother?
Have you ever seen on Pulp Fiction?
No.
You ever seen on Pulp Fiction?
Oh, I have seen it, but I don't remember that scene.
Remember Christopher Walken? When he's giving Bruce Willis, the watch.
I don't remember that scene.
It was like the opening scene. It was like for like Bruce Willis. It was, I don't know if it's the opening scene, for the movie. I don't know if it's the opening scene for the entire movie. For Bruce Willis, it was like a flashback.
Okay.
I think I just killed the whole fucking movie. I almost feel, like I should explain to you. I almost feel like I should tell you, what that whole scene was about. Yeah, but I kind of want, but it's kind of better if you just watch the scene, for yourself.
Yeah. I'm sure Christopher Walken did a fucking awesome job.
It was pretty funny. And plus, it was a long-winded. And plus, it was a long. And plus, it was a long-winded, story. I gave it the condensed, version.
Yeah.
Plus, it was a long. I gave you the. This is the watch. Yeah. Because Bruce Willis's dad, was in the military, and that watch got passed down, from generations. Bruce Willis's dad
Yeah.
was in the military, the pocket watch, got passed down from
It,
generation.
from ass to ass to ass. Yeah. I guess.
Well, yeah. Well, in Vietnam, I think they started, shoving it, in their ass. In Vietnam, Christopher Walken, and Bruce Willis's, dad, were captured, by the Vietnamese. Were captured, by the Viet. Christopher Walken was in the military. Bruce Willis' dad was second generation or third generation. It was at least, it was at least three generations, of this fucking pocket watch. Yeah, Christopher Walken, was in the Vietnamese, prison camps.
Right.
Ever seen them Reservoir Dogs?
Parts of it.
That's a pretty good movie.
That's what people say.
Quentin Tarantino. Yeah. Quentin Tarantino has a pretty good, fucking movies. He's kind of a sick fuck, in his own, I think. Yeah, but what's that thing, that they say? What's that thing, that they say?
I don't.
What's that thing that they say? You can't be, you cannot be a genius, without a touch, of madness. And most geniuses, are a little bit, fucking loony. And most geniuses, are a little bit, fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And I think there's an Edgar Allan Poe. And there's an Edgar Allan Poe, fucking quote.
Yeah. Well, he was more than just a little bit touched.
His stories. His stories, the cask, of Amontillado. Damn. Sounds like a
Lung
solid.
cookie.
Yeah. It sounds like a solid. It sounds like a
Oh,
pretty solid, fucking loogie.
it was.
Yeah. The cask, of Amontillado. The pit and the pendulum. Cask of Amontillado, the pit and the pendulum. There were a few others.
And we get to go to your favorite town in Arkansas. Well, at
What's
least
that?
past it. Little Rock.
Yeah. That's the only
Going
city
to.
that I can really think of. It's the only city I could think of, the only city I could think of, that I know. You know, I've heard stories, there's rough.
Parts of it are. East Little Rock, South Little Rock are both pretty fucking horrible. Little Rock's a weird city. About half of it's hilly, and then the other half swamp. Right?
Mm.
Guess which side sucks?
Swampy side.
That's right.
Is it like bayou? It was like bayous.
Bayou, yeah.
It was like bayous. Yeah. Some good crawfish, in there.
I wouldn't fucking eat them. They're bottom feeders around all that pollution. Fuck that.
Yeah, but you could see, with the meat, you know, you could see if it's nice, white, you know, uh, bright, you know. If it's, if it's, if you said, if you said swamp and what else?
Hills.
Oh, yeah, I heard Oklahoma was rough too, with certain parts.
Oak City. Little bits of Tulsa.
Yeah, because actually, you know what they said? Yeah, 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 and they said. Yeah, and they said Alabama was like the roughest prisons, in the whole fucking United States. That
Mm.
Alabama, Oklahoma was pretty rough. They said,
Well, don't go to jail.
yeah, yeah, but, sometimes shit, does happen. California prison system is actually pretty fucking bad. You can go in there, for a fucking DUI, or for a bar. You can go in there for a DUI and end up getting a life sentence, pretty easily. Do you know how?
Fuck somebody up in prison.
I'll give you the non-nutshell. I'll give you the broken nutshell, version. Yeah, that's kind of a nutshell version. Yeah. When you join a California, prison gang, supposedly, you have to click up, with your race. When you have to click up, with your race. When your race is gonna make you do, your race, your click is gonna make you do, certain tasks, and while you're in prison. And those tasks are going to add time, to your prison sentence. Do you know this guy? Do you know this streamer? Vitali.
No.
Damn. Yeah. And well, there's this guy, who's pretty well known. We went, to the Philippines. We started playing pranks. I went to the Philippines and we started harassing, and playing pranks, on the cops, on the cops,
That's
and the
stupid.
regular
That's
people.
stupid.
Yeah, he's looking at like 5 to 10, maybe 20. He's looking at like a lot of. He's pretty fucked them right now. It was pretty
There's this other
stupid.
guy that did that in fucking South Korea or something. He's fucking looking for, looking at a lifetime.
Yeah, they
Johnny
mentioned
somebody.
some. Yeah, Johnny Somali.
Yeah.
Johnny Somali, I think was his name was. Yeah, yeah, I knew Vlad. Yeah, I knew Vitali. Yeah, I knew. Yeah, I've seen Vitali, before this happened. But I never seen this guy. Never seen this guy, Johnny Somali.
Yeah, I don't watch any of those guys. I don't fucking. I don't think their pranks are funny. I like that one guy that got fucking shot because he was fucking with somebody. They
Trying to
said it was
think.
justified.
Yeah. And the stupid thing was, he was, the stupid thing was, Vitali was already fucking pretty fucking rich. The stupid thing was Vitali already had fucking $1 million, fucking mansions. He probably didn't need the fucking money, for more pranks. That was the really, fucking stupid, part. That was the really fucking stupid part. We could have took his money, just kept investing it.
But we are going to drive down to South Park restaurant on I-40, and I'm going to have a really fucking good breakfast and do my 30-minute non-productive time there. I think a lot with my stomach SC. But that place is about 2.5 hours away from here. But we'll get there.
Yeah, did you ever,
Still got.
did you ever meet SCE, in real life?
Oh yeah, many times.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing about my job is I drive all over meeting folks. As you well know.
Yeah.
I came and saw you 3 times, and you don't even live close to one of my company's hubs. SCE lived in Oklahoma City, well, more, but Oklahoma City basically, and we have a hub there. So I saw him maybe 20, 25 times.
25.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's quite a number. That's quite a quite an amount. Quite
most of the time I didn't even stream those.
quite an amount.
Yeah.
Do you guys go to like restaurants, or
He was a trucker, and he taught me a lot about driving, and also we did some Bible study together and stuff.
Yeah, I remember you told me you don't want to talk too much, about your religion.
I don't. I try not to proselytize. SCE was a very religious man.
Yeah. Would you say that you drive? Would you say that you drive? Would you say that you know the road, so well you don't need aim and GPS, hardly, anymore?
Depends on where, but yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need it to go like from city to city to city, but inside the city, I use it.
Yeah, but there's a little, there's a bunch, there's a bunch of, streets.
You know, you've been driving a while when you can do your trip planning around the restaurants you want to eat at.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know who's got good parking.
You got master plans. You got a master plans, and like I look for 5-star, Yelp reviews.
Oh
I
yeah.
look for like
Well,
5-star, Yelps. That's what I look for.
it's a little harder to park my truck than it is to park your truck.
Yeah.
I had some good food last night after the stream, after the SCE stream. I was in the parking lot of this Mexican restaurant, and I had the monster burrito. I don't even think you could finish that fucker.
I'm always up for the challenge. I hear people have these like 50-pound steak, challenges. I'll do that shit. People
Yeah.
say it's like 50-pound steaks. Fucking.
Amarillo, buddy. Go to the Big Texan.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a lean steak. Yeah, I wonder if it's lean. I wonder if it's a lean steak and like I can leave the fat, I'm on the table.
I don't know. I don't know. You can. They've got videos on it. You can watch it.
Yeah.
I've eaten in there. Their food is awesome. They have their own brewery. Like they brewed this special beer just to go perfect with the fucking prime rib they serve.
Yeah, I wonder how strict they are, with eating around, the bones, fat.
You would have to look that stuff up. I know I couldn't do it. I couldn't eat a fucking 5-pound steak.
Yeah, if it
Jesus.
was lean, yeah, if it was a lean steak, I could definitely do it. You know, if it was like filet mignon, if it was like if it was like filet mignon or really leaf, the filet mignon or really lean, a really lean cut, I could fucking do it. But if it's like a bunch of fat and fucking marbling, I mean, if it's marbled and there's a little bit of fat, I could do it. But if it's just tons, and chunks of fat, I ain't doing that shit.
Yeah. That you get this giant fucking baked potato and dinner roll and a salad. I think a vegetable too. You got to eat all that shit.
Is there a time limit?
Yeah, you get an hour.
Yeah. I've seen the hot dog, eating contest. I've seen the hot dog, eating contest, in Coney Island, in Brooklyn. Yeah, it was Kobayashi. This guy Kobayashi, he had a fucking 8-pack with a Japanese guy, and he's ate like 60, fucking hot dogs.
Yeah, I've seen those guys too. That's disgusting.
Because I think they throw it up.
You're not allowed to throw it up. You got to actually fucking eat it.
Yeah, but I'm saying like I'm saying like an hour later. If there's a fruit eating contest, actually that reminds me, of boot camp. And there was a couple of recruits. And a couple of recruits that used to like sneak food, back to the barracks. And when they got, when these couple of recruits, when they got caught, and they got force fed, as a punishment. They got force fed, as a punishment. And I was pissed because I was like, I want to be fucking force fed. Because I was like, I want to, because I want to be fucking force fed. I'm fucking starving. I was, in boot camp. Boot camp was
Hey,
fucking
Spearman.
torture. Yeah, man. And boot camp was fucking torture. Just because of mostly the food. We were busy as fuck. We were
Yeah.
busy, busy as fuck. Busy, we were busy as fuck. Constantly, doing shit. And we used to be lucky, to get 3 fucking 5-minute, fucking meal, fucking 5-minute, fucking meals.
They had good food in Navy boot camp.
That's nice. That's nice. You guys were pampered. We were fucking tortured.
Yeah.
And they used to give us box lunches. Go to the chow hall. Eat MREs. Not too many. Not too many. MREs. In boot camp. And we did have aim a couple. A field week. We did have. We did have aim a couple. Field weeks. In boot camp, and then and then combat training was like the whole fucking the whole fucking combat training was like a fucking field, like a field month. It was mostly MREs. I never took such a I never took such a painful fucking shit. Than combat training. That was like 3 weeks worth of MREs. I think I didn't shit for like 2 or 3.
Funnest part for me in boot camp was they had us do the Marlin Spike seamanship, where you learn to tie knots and shit.
Yeah.
And I'd been a Boy Scout, and so I knew a little bit about it. And those old boys saw that I had a little bit of the chief that was running that saw that I had done it before, and he was teaching me some stuff like making a monkey fist, all kinds of shit. It was fucking cool. And the other fun part was fucking firefighting, where you learn how to stop leaks. Fucking
Yeah. So how many instructors did you have during boot camp?
pods.
I mean, didn't you have like 4 people that you were stuck with, for the duration?
3. We had we called them company commanders. You had drill instructors. You know, we had 2 second-class petty officers and a first-class petty officer. Then one of the guys, his wife had a kid, so he went out on fucking maternity leave. So we finished up with just 2.
Yeah, and we had a huge platoon, and we had like receiving drill instructors.
Oh yeah, yeah, we had that too.
And then after receiving, we had after receiving our actual, fucking drill instructors. Day one was like, it was fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, it's a clusterfuck. They want to disorient you and fucking break you down so they can build you back up.
Yeah, and plus they made us chug, in fucking water. Constantly. Made us chug, in fucking water.
We started out with 131 and 32. A little bit of just a hair over 130 people in our platoon. And although we call it a company, and we graduated with 52. So, and I didn't think it was fucking hard at all.
Oh, I'll tell you a funny story.
And we lost one. The 3 days in, they did a fucking background check on everybody, and we lost one guy for fucking being a murderer, and 2 other guys for fucking negligent homicide because they fucking killed people in car wrecks.
Damn.
Plus a bunch of thieves and shit. Because that was back in '88. There wasn't, like big central databases or anything like that. So they didn't fucking check out who you were until you got to boot camp. Take your fingerprints.
Yeah, I mean, the IST. Yeah, we didn't have any of that, to my knowledge. But the IST. But the IST, the initial strength test, that's where we lost probably like almost half. Because we did like a week. Because I think it was like a week, of receiving. And then they make us do the IST. That's your opportunity. That's pretty much, your opportunity. That's pretty much, your opportunity to say, okay, that's pretty much your opportunity. Like, I don't want to fucking do this, and I want to get the fuck out of here. So people used to fail. That's your opportunity to say, I'm leaving. That's your opportunity to say, I'm gonna fail this shit, so I could fucking leave. So like almost half of the platoon, just failed, on purpose. Almost half of the platoon, almost half of the platoon, after that first week, almost half of the platoon was just, it was. I mean, I wasn't, I was like, all I was telling myself was, I'm not gonna go home, fucking failing.
I
You
don't
know,
see any reason why anybody would want to fucking quit, but they did. We had people fucking drop out, ring the bell.
yeah, the IST. Yeah, I mean, we had one person, that I do remember. He just straight up, fucking quit.
Then a guy shit himself on the fucking run.
Yeah. I remember, I remember one of our DIs, and he used to tell us, don't eat eggs and don't eat nothing, greasy, before a run. He was like, eat oatmeal, eat grits. He was like, don't eat bacon. He was like, don't eat bacon. Don't eat eggs. Don't eat that. Type of shit. I remember the warrior breakfast. I remember the warrior breakfast. Yeah, I remember after the crucible. After the crucible, I forget. I forget if we went straight to the chow hall, or if we went to the barracks first and then the fucking. I think we had the warrior breakfast right after. The crucible. I forget what we had first.
No, we didn't have a crucible.
Yeah,
About
but I
the
remember.
about the only fucked up part was the gas chamber. That was the only thing that really actually sucked.
I think we had the warrior breakfast first, and then they gave us like a day. And then I think we had the warrior breakfast, first, and then it was like a day of just resting and doing nothing. And I was just like, this is fucking torture. Because I was so hyped up, for passing, the fucking, crucible. I didn't want to fucking rest.
I remember on Christmas, our DIs didn't want to be there, so they had us do what they called earthquake drill. We were in San Diego, right? California earthquakes, all that shit. That's where you go
Uh,
under your bunk and you count the fucking buttons on the bottom of your mattress, which basically is go fucking take a nap.
yeah. I think how I did it. I think I never broke the. I think I never broke the 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 blanket. Because I
No,
don't want to make.
you sleep on top of your fucking mattress, or on top of your blanket. Keep your bed made.
Yeah, I'm keeping inspection. I'm ready.
Yeah, yeah, we did that stupid shit too.
And it was cold as fuck. When I went there, started heating up. Towards the end. And plus drill. That was, that's like the whole point. And that was like the whole point, of boot camp. And the amount of drilling, and marching, and fucking rifle twirling. And the amount of drilling, and marching and fucking, rifle maneuvering, and rifle twirling.
Yeah, we didn't do any of that fucking rifle twirling shit. They
Order
had guys.
arms.
They had guys that did it, but
Order arms. Import, port arms. You order arms, port arms. And I was like, left side, arms. We had to be synchronized.
yep, like dancers. Yeah, you guys can march pretty good. I'll give you that. Last time I marched was in fucking A school. Never marched out in the fleet. We would stand in lines, though. Lots of standing around in our uniforms. Dapper. Would you like some caramel-covered popcorn and peanuts? Like
That's when they used to haze us.
like fucking Cracker Jacks. Spit on that thing.
And that was the hazing. And we fucked up. And that was the hazing. We fucked up, drill.
It was raining a lot when I was in boot camp, right? And we were wearing our Dixie Cup hats. Well, those fuckers fill up with water, right?
Yeah.
And when you stop, it all sloshes forward onto the back of the guy in front of you. And the guy behind you sloshes his on you. So it's like every time you stop, you got this fucking ice cold water bath down your spine.
Inside your shirt?
No, inside your shirt, inside your fucking pants.
Inside your shirt. Yeah. And we say it went from your hat, into the person's, into the top of their shirt.
Yeah, it just fucking, when you stopped, all that fucking water that was like saved up in that Dixie cup sloshed onto the guy in front of you. Right down his fucking back. And since you're all in a line, they hit you right in your spine. So it's like a day-long ice water challenge. Then we had guys that got the recruit crud. It's fucking snot, fucking hacking and coughing and shit. You weren't allowed to fucking clear your throat in fucking formation. Parade ground, you couldn't spit on the parade ground. But mostly we took fucking classes. Lots of fucking classes. We worked out, ran around.
Yeah.
Fucking cleaned all kinds of shit.
And they used to haze us, if we fell asleep.
Lots of fucking inspections.
Yeah, they used to haze us, if we fell, they used to haze us, if we go into the class, because because I think a lot of people, were falling asleep, during, those classes.
Yeah, well, we were supposed to stand up at the back of the class. Well, hello there, Mr. Hamster.
They call me Tater Salad.
Taters. salad. I like tater salad.
I do too. I wish I had some. I'll go down to the Winn-Dixie or the Publix and get some. Telling you.
So you still in Florida?
Yeah. Oh, well, there's a lot of shit you got to, well, you'll find out, eventually. God damn. I see so much of me and the old man or whatever, vice versa.
Yeah.
Piles of papers and shit from 10 years ago stored in some drawer somewhere. It's like, what the fuck is this? Recycle that shit. Oh, God. So, yeah, sorry I didn't make the tribute last night. Obviously, I'm going through a lot of this bullshit down here. So, but I think I'm caught up. Now it's just yeah.
I had to make the invitation. I had to.
No, I appreciate it. I was going to jump in, but I had the guy from next door over, looking to buy the house, and he doesn't have any money, and it's like, what the fuck? You know how it is. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he's a great guy, and actually he's got an interesting story, but he's like, my credit sucks, and I can't get a loan. It's like, well, what am I supposed to do for you? What am I supposed to do about that? So, yeah. Where you at?
Well,
In Tennessee? Or
that rent?
Yeah, well, again, you got my sister involved, so fuck that. No.
Oh, do the rent to own, let him pay for 10 years.
I don't want to. I want nothing to do with her. I don't give a shit.
Oh.
If she wants to do it, she can have the whole fucking house. I don't care. So, yeah, just it's too brutal to even contemplate. So, but yeah, it's amazing the shit people keep. So how you doing, man?
Dumpster?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's some things in here you could probably, but I mean, there's junk and the fucking cars out there, dead battery, no license, just stupid shit.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's when what happens, obviously, when you get old enough and you don't take care of your house anymore, shit just falls apart. So, overall, it's not bad in here. It's just the outside is fucking ridiculous. The backyard is so overgrown you can't even fucking see out the window. Got some great leaves out here, man.
Yeah.
Everything grows in Florida, as you know.
Fuck yeah.
It's hard to get rid of the shit, man. Well, this is going to cost a lot of money to get cleaned up. Maybe I can even show you. Well, I'll show you later.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a mess. So AKS is here too. Hello.
What's up?
Where are you guys? Where are you at, by the way, Brandon? Looks like Tennessee, maybe.
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Are you still working for Walmart?
I am. I just made a drop in Siloam Springs.
All right, cool.
Go down to Searcy, which is all the way over on the east side of fucking Little Rock.
Little Rock ain't the most pleasant place, I've heard.
Parts of it. East Little Rock, where I'm going, is probably part of the worst.
A little rough over there.
Just a bit.
Now, Brandon, your parents are a little older. You've had relatives that are older.
Yeah.
Do they keep the house so fucking dark you can't even see what's going on? Or is that just Florida? Might be Florida. God almighty.
My parents like light.
I do too. I enjoy some light, yeah.
And the thing that, and I'm sure you've already bitched about this to me, but fucking hot. They like it fucking hot.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, I don't quite understand. I think the metabolism or something must get fucked up. I don't know.
I won't stay at my parents' house anymore.
No, I stopped staying here as well when he was alive. I couldn't stay here. He wanted it 80 fucking degrees. It's like, no. can't sleep. There's no fucking ceiling fans. Who doesn't put ceiling fans in a fucking house in Florida? That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? That's just dumb, man.
Yeah.
But, well, he didn't sleep in these rooms, so he wouldn't have cared, right?
Right.
In his room, he's got a ceiling fan. So, but yeah, I'm in like the other 2 bedrooms, the one where I've been staying. I mean, there's no fucking light coming in. No light. I don't. I guess they get this idea in their head that their carpets are going to fade or something. It's like, okay, probably. I don't know. So yeah, it's interesting to go through all the stuff. It's like, God almighty. There's a lot of it.
Have you found, like, did your dad have any hobbies or anything?
Not particularly. I found a leather jacket here I might use. Might have to lose a little weight to make it fit. He did little paintings and stuff like that. So he's got a couple of little drawings he did hanging on the wall and stuff. But his hobby was really just bitching, which, you know, I take after him in that respect. He was pretty interesting. And drinking. He drank an awful lot.
Drinking.
Yeah. He drank
That way too.
to excess. So, like I think I explained to you, he was doing a handle of fucking whiskey every day. A handle, however big that is, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of hooch, man.
How many of your friends, you know, don't have their fathers by the time they're 60?
I'm sure a lot.
A lot
Yeah.
of my buddies, their parents are dead. I'm only 2 years from being 60. You're 61.
Hey, don't rush me, bro. That's not till the end of the month.
Okay.
But yeah, a handle of whiskey is 1.75 liters. So it's like a big bottle, right?
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. that's a lot of booze. So
if they didn't cremate your dad, they'd burn the place down.
Ho! Ho! He'd be going. He'd be very, very. He'd be primed for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, they got to cremate him, but they have to. It's the state of Florida, and just
Right.
I'm sure every other state. You have to wait. It has to go through a state process and all that. So he won't be getting the. He won't be ignited for a few days. Probably not till next week, probably. And I know that sounds morbid, but it is what it is.
Yeah, well, good to know, I'm going to get cremated. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was not any sort of believer, so he didn't give a shit. He said, I don't want a funeral, just cook me. It's like, okay, that's what you want. So that's what he's going to get. And I really don't think he's going to object at this point, Brandon. Just taking a guess.
And
Probably doesn't care much.
There's not a lot he can say.
Nah, not really. And in the cold refrigerator, where I'm sure they have him, there's nobody in there with him. So, but yeah, I'm just. I mean, he took pretty good care of the house. It's in pretty good shape. The walls are painted nice. I mean, it's not decrepit like my mother's house. I think I may have shown you a picture of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing like that. I mean, it's the only bad part is the. What's that?
She didn't do anything for 20 years.
Oh, probably more like 25, yeah. But long time. Oh, here's a picture of me with my grandmother from Hungary. How about that? God, I used to be skinny once.
Yeah.
1980, I was pretty skinny. I looked young, too. I would have been 16, 17.
You would have been what?
But yeah,
15 in 1980?
I would have just turned 16. Yeah. Summer 80, I would have turned 16. And so, yeah, he's got like thousands of pictures of my daughter. Because, you know how grandpas are.
Yeah.
Got 0 pictures of me. Except for one here and there that I have to go dig and find. But there's pictures of him and his old man. And God, he was a good looking guy. Holy shit. No wonder he got so much. You know what I'm saying? I can see the appeal. So, I guess I won't give out too much, but my sister tells me they haven't had house insurance on this for years. Starting to sound familiar? So there's no insurance. No insurance. So I got to try and figure out how in the hell I can get at least some kind of liability on this thing. Because we're going to have people come over and do shit, and if somebody gets hurt, boy, we're fucked, aren't we?
Yeah.
As for the structure insurance, I don't know. It's going to be expensive.
Sell it before hurricane season.
Well, yeah. Well, we're going to have to. Well, hurricane season's here, but the heavy part is usually, August, September. Yeah. But then again, if there's no mortgage on it and it blows away, does it really? Who cares?
Honking for heavy.
Ooh.
I love it.
Hemi, the captain of our dreams. Where is he?
Probably getting high.
Okay. Wake and bake. Good. I'm here in the Eastern time zone, so I don't know even what time. Oh my God. The hell time is it?
7:41 for you.
7:41 Eastern time, Florida. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff to do. But at least he's on his way, so we don't have to worry about that. Now he doesn't have a will, of course, because that'd be too easy, wouldn't it? But they have things in Florida where you can transfer the car to one of the survivors if you guys agree to it. Then there's no bullshit. You have to just sign a paper and that's done. So that's good.
Yeah.
So we got the car outside here, which doesn't work. It's a brand new car. It's got maybe 5,000 miles on it. Maybe. So it's still got that new car smell to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Are you getting it or is sister getting it?
I have no idea. I don't know. Knowing her, somebody's going to have to pay somebody. And if that somebody is me, I guess so. I mean, I don't know. What's it going to sell for? I have no idea.
I don't know.
15 grand maybe. Even though it's brand new, it's still used, right? So, I don't know. One thing to ask about, I suppose. And then there's all the fucking furniture. I'm not going to move that to Denver. She's not going to move it to Indiana. So what do you do with it? I mean, except for some little, keepsake knick-knack type stuff. Take that.
Right.
There's an old table over here. Yeah. Are you going to ship it all the way to fucking Colorado? I don't think so. So there's probably going to be some kind of a yard sale or some shit.
Yeah.
But So I'll be back down fucking next week or the week after next. Yeehaw!
What
When
you
she gets
got
back.
better than what you got? Anything?
Oh, everything. Yeah, everything he's got is pretty good. But I mean, it's old, and you got to ship it. It'd be fucking $10,000 to ship all this shit, probably.
Yeah.
But it might be worth it. I'll have to think about it. I don't have any furniture, actually. I just have a couple tables. It's like, what do I need furniture for? Nobody ever comes over and sees me anyway. And if they do, fuck them. Sit on the floor. You evil bastards.
As long as there's soup.
As long as we have soup, that's right. So let's go out here in the garage. Oh, the light turns off automatically. So here's the damn car. He ran into a fucking ice machine, being drunk. So there's a little bit of ding up here in the front, but it's nothing to worry about. Just a little cosmetic. But it's all the shit. What do you do with it? What do you do with the propane fucking tank? I don't know. Right? You bring it to the fucking Blue Rhino and say, hey, here's a free one. I don't know. Does that work?
Yeah, that'll work.
And so for some reason, the ceiling in the garage decided to take a shit and fell down, part of it. So that might indicate there's a leak somewhere.
Yeah.
So, and then here's a story you can't tell anyone else. You want to hear it?
Sure.
When he went back to Hungary, he snuck over some non-native bulbs, non-native to the U.S., and he planted this shit all over his yard. It's like a fucking jungle out here. So, we don't have to tell the Department of Natural Resources about that. Pretty sure that's illegal.
In an agricultural state, I'd have to agree. You now have an invasive species.
Yep. So it might just be better to cut the fucking things down. Get rid of it. So, yeah, I mean, the house is all right. I can give you the address later if you want to look it up. You can look at it. But there's this fucking pile of fan palms out in the front. I mean, it looks like a jungle. Literally. They're everywhere. So we're going to have to hire some people to come in and start trimming all the shit because, fuck, you can't sell it like that. Or it's an as-is deal, right? Might be able to do an as-is deal. Fixer-upper, right? So, yep. So, since I missed the thing, how did SCE go? What did he have?
He had a heart attack after he mowed the lawn.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jesus. And then he just keeled over? That was it?
Yep.
Damn.
That's the way to
He was
go.
only, what, 62?
Yeah, 62 or
61, 62, yeah. Well, I suppose if you're going to go, that's probably better than other ways. Did he smoke, or what was the deal?
Yeah, he smoked.
Oh, he's a smoker. Okay.
He had COPD and.
Oh, all that. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Oh, geez, yeah. Yeah, we get a leak. Oh boy, yeah. I'm looking at it now. Oh God.
Yeah, leeches.
Leak. Clearly got some water ingress here. That's why the ceiling fell down.
Yeah.
So that'll have to be patched up.
As is sounds great. You don't need to fuck around with getting all that shit fixed.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. It's not that much, right? It's a little patching here and there. It doesn't even need paint. I mean, the paint's fine. Carpeting probably needs to be replaced. because there's stains on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But shit, for a fixer-upper, I think this would be great for a young couple. Come in, do a little elbow grease, and fuck, why not? So, don't know who to call though, because these fucking real estate people are the worst than the doctors down here. Ugh. But here's the problem. The property taxes, since it's going to be into our names here shortly, are going to go through the fucking roof, right? His yearly property tax was like $500, right? That's because he had all the exemptions. He was here over 25 years. He was old, blah, 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 right? When that deed transfers, the reassessment will go through the fucking ceiling. And you don't get any of that stuff. So it's going to go up by a lot.
Sell it quick.
That's what I'm thinking. Get rid of it as soon as fucking possible. Fixer-upper kind of thing. Just take, I don't know. Give them an allocation for whatever they need and fuck it. Just go. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to wait around to get an extra $3. Who gives a shit? I mean, fuck. They can even have all the furniture. I don't care. So, yeah. So I'll be here till Sunday. And then the week after next, I'm going to have to come back because the cunt is coming. And we got to go get the remains and, go to the court, file the death certificates, all that happy shit. Because he's not officially dead yet, right? Because the state doesn't know he's dead.
I'm not dead yet.
I'm not dead yet. All right, good. I've got this.
I'm getting better.
Let's see, rental. What does it say here? Rental. Yep. Okay. So I can return all this fucking shit. Oh, the hospital beds. Oh my God. God damn, Medicaid gets fucking ripped off. I'm going to have to call these fuckers. Because we got a wheelchair, and we got the bed and some other shit that we're renting, right?
Right.
And so, which makes total sense. I mean, unless you need it for years, why not just rent it for the short amount of time you're going to need it? But then they're hoping that you go long enough where you actually buy it. If you pay enough rent, eventually it's yours. But then you have another thing you got to get rid of, right?
Right.
So, all right, I better start making phone calls. You fucks have a wonderful day.
Good luck to you, hamster.
Thank you, sir.
Prayer, brother.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Yeah, your prayers are wasted on him. He's probably going south, Just kidding. Everybody's going to go to heaven eventually, right? We hope. Except for maybe a few unusual cases, Hitler and some other people. All right, sir.
Bye.
Safe travels. See you later.
There's some conspiracy theories about Mustache Man.
Oh, there's conspiracy theories about everything.
Yeah. And like they said, he fled, to Argentina. He really didn't kill himself, in a bunker.
Yeah.
And then there's Holocaust, deniers. No. This is this is the really, I'm going to tell you this. The Holocaust is the only thing that, like, if you deny it, they can send you to jail, in certain places. I mean, what kind of shit is that?
In Germany, they do that.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of shit is that? I mean, what kind of... I mean, just because you say, oh, it doesn't exist. You know, if I say Santa Claus, you know, if I say Santa, if I say Santa Claus, doesn't exist, they're gonna throw me, in fucking jail.
You bastard! You bet they will.
You know, if I say,
Fucking Santa Claus! Come on, man. That's
if
crazy.
I, no, no, let's say, and let's say I deny, let's say, let's say I deny any war, let's say I deny any war. Let's say I deny any war, in American history. Let's say I deny, slavery, ever fucking happened. I mean, they're gonna throw me, in fucking jail. They're gonna, what I'm saying? I mean, they're gonna throw me in fucking jail because they say, oh, slavery, never happened. They're gonna, they're gonna take me, and throw me, in fucking jail.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, but the Holocaust, was some big fucking deal. But the Holocaust, they can throw you, in jail. With the Holocaust, they can throw you in jail. If you say, oh, slavery, never happened, you know, some bullshit. It's some,
Yeah.
it's some bullshit.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, in America, you're supposed to have freedom of speech, but these fucking hate speech laws, fucking special exemptions and shit like that, I don't fucking agree with. I don't think they're legal. But the douchebags sitting on the Supreme Court fucking determine things are illegal. I mean, legal when they're illegal.
Yeah, I mean, politics, is pretty corrupt.
Very.
And what really qualifies somebody to run? What really qualifies, somebody for the position?
Well, apparently in our system, it's who you know if you're a Supreme Court judge. If you've got a, and it shouldn't be this way, but you've got to be the right, you've got to have the right politics. You've got to be a fucking ideologue of one flavor or another, depending on who's in power at the time the job comes open. And I think that's absolute horseshit. And then you're in there for life. They can't fucking get rid of you. I suppose they could get rid of you. It's happened before, but you'd have to fuck up so bad.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I mean, plus if you're senile, and plus imagine you have a Supreme Court, justice, who's going senile.
We've had that before. Fucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg was fucking senile. We've had fucking senators that were fucking. They had to fucking be wheeled around. They couldn't fucking even walk. Look at Dianne Feinstein. Jesus Christ. Got a fucking president. We just got rid of a president who was fucking senile. They didn't get rid of him. They keep
Oh,
them
oh,
around and pretend like they've got fucking. They're so smart.
oh, conspiracy theory. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he died, in Guantanamo Bay, in 2019, supposedly. Yeah, the guy they stuck in 2020, and was wearing a skin mask. Yeah, I mean they got, yeah, I mean they got dirt, on Macron, and Zelensky.
I'm sure
You
of it.
know, yeah, supposedly, they were like these flamboyant, borderline, gay, fucking dancers.
Well, Zelensky was a fucking actor and dancer and singer, and that's how he made his living before he fucking became president.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's the longest stretch you ever had to do?
What do you
In
mean?
one.
Long,
From.
longest drive?
Yeah.
Laredo, Texas, to oh, I can't remember the name of it. It's Washington State.
Uh.
But it wasn't Seattle. It was on the eastern slopes of the Cascades.
I only know like 3 cities. I only know like 3 cities. Spokane. Olympia.
Yeah, I really don't know which, because it wasn't a big city I went to.
Tacoma. Or
It was on
Tacoma.
on the eastern slope of the Cascades. It wasn't all the way to the ocean. So I don't.
Um.
I could drive you there. I just don't remember the name of the town.
Yeah. Oh, 5 cities. Oh, five. 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 There's this place. Yeah, well, five. Yeah, there's this place in Aurora. I don't know if you heard of this place in Aurora, in Washington.
I probably have.
Supposedly, it's like the prostitute. And the biggest fucking prostitute strip. In the United States.
Well, there you go.
I don't know if it's a neighborhood, or a fucking city. I don't know if it's a neighborhood. I think it's a city. You ever think to yourself, you think too much?
I really don't do a lot of introspection.
I'm just saying, thinking, period.
I know during certain things, I think to myself, I'm overthinking it. I just need to fucking deal with it and move on.
Yeah. Did you have to go into Mexico?
I never have, but I would. I have
From
my
all that,
passport.
from all that, from all that cartel, bullshit. You have to go in there, blasting. Go in there, fucking blasting. Go in there like, look, I'm here to survive. Look, I'm here to win. Look, I'm here to win. I'm here to survive. I don't give a fuck. Mortal Kombat.
I don't think they'd be too impressed with me. Say, hey, what are you gonna do? Eat my taco?
Damn, who knows, man? They'll find a way to squeeze it out of you.
Well, they better get me before I have breakfast because I'm gonna drink some coffee and it's gonna come out all on its own. New Camaro's stupid looking. Howdy, R-Man. Almost to the South Park restaurant, where I will be taking my 30 minutes government mandated non-productive time and having a nice omelet. They make their own sausage here. It's fucking awesome. Maverick. Ford censors the ridgeline. Yeah, you are right, Arman. That off ramp was a little rough. I am in Arkansas. I'm in a town called Clarksville, Arkansas. Oh my God, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. I'm gonna take the dog out to go pee pee. All right, I'll be back in a bit. After breakfast, haha. Have fun. Sam will tell you all about why you should have voted for Kamala. Be a good dog. Okay. They were having a hell of a time there in the South Park today. They got a, oh, pour that coffee where it belongs first. In my travel cup. They got a new computer system, and it was fucking up the old gals who were the waitresses in there. Hey, Kevin. Hello. How's it going, Constantine?
Mm, more or less fine. We have bad weather, but it's smallest of our issues. It is what it is.
Yep. It's spring. It's going to rain.
I'm totally for that because we have some obstacles that make for me it's more or less fine
Yeah.
because we have cold weather. We not use uh, cooling in our apartments, houses, and so on and so forth. Less energy consumes fridges and all that stuff. That mean less sense to bombard our electricity network for Russians.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the bright side, that's for sure.
Yep, and then we have chance that at summer we not have electricity collapse again.
Well, I'm looking forward to playing tomorrow. Now, how risky do you want to try to be?
Mm, I can be as risky as possible because in worst case scenario I need to just find way back to our island and put my character on retirement.
Yeah.
Teleport Island is just respawn point for my character. At least it's a road to his place. That's mean for my character perspective, best idea for me is just borrow a lot of money on that island near portal to his native dimension and base somewhere there. That's why for me we can take a lot of risk. My character is not care, and I don't know would it be funny, but
Well,
we can try.
here's what I was thinking. Um, we need to figure out some way to have a tidal wave or a tsunami, and then we surf the boat out over the top of the reef, and that way we don't even have to dick with the blockade. And if we do it right, we might even swamp their boats if they try to come after us. Because the type of ship that Glenn gave us
Yep.
is it's not your normal sailing ship. It's it's a Corsair. So it had sails, but it also had lots of oars. So it's a perfect fucking pirate ship, right?
Yeah, it's basically cruiser. That's exactly doing for that. Fast, long range, durable ship. Yes, in open fight with some linear ships, it will be bad idea, but it's much better just huge cargo ship.
Yeah, and it's fairly light, and it's got a shallow draft. So I was thinking we could surf. We got a big wave. We could surf.
Hmm. I'm not think so, but we not have better option.
Yeah, we could either try and sneak through, or we can go fast and hope we don't get fucked up too bad.
Yep.
And on top of everything, the aerial troops that we don't have. And Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys died this week, so sort of a, surfing kind of week.
Ah, that's why I understand that's not a lot people understand. How to say this? Mm, oh, reference. Because I don't have a damn understand who is that guy. Why you referencing it?
Okay, Brian Wilson. Have you ever heard of the Beach Boys? Old
Mm,
music
some.
band from the 1960s. They were surf music, right?
Okay. It wasn't rock.
Never get it.
I
He's old.
uh,
No, it was rock,
I
but
Google it.
just sort of. It,
Ah,
it, it was
okay.
surf rock.
Yep. Something between Beatles and Rolling Stones. I see. Okay.
Yeah, earlier than that, but yeah.
Oh, there. Okay. Maybe I will give them a try.
They're not bad. Did a lot with vocal harmony. Their music was very much centered around California beach culture of the
Mm,
early 1960s.
uh, Golden age when boomers fight for equal rights, freedom, and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Good times. Good old times when we not have dictatorship all around. Yep. Sixes.
yeah. Let's go surfing now. Everybody's learning how. Come on a safari with me. Come on a safari with me. That's pretty much bubblegum rock.
Uh, okay. In any case, mm,
But how do we make a tsunami?
mm. In Grand Universe, we need to little bit mess up with some underwater king or some god or something like that. It's easiest way. In regular D&D world, you need to find high level druid and ask him to for something like this. And because nobody can dispel such high magic or do something, we just need to protect such high level druid till he makes such ritual. But again, in Grand Universe, much easier just to find somebody high level in C and ask about such favor, and get another quest after that to repay that favor.
Well, I was thinking about having a raised water in the back towards the back end of the ship.
Okay,
That spell,
and
lower water, raise water, that kind of spell.
yep, but it's unlimited area and it's not make a lot of stuff around. You can make it on some small area with all that blockade fleet. if you not put that whole fleet in harbor, that it's not help, at least for spare mechanics. But if we somehow make them all chained together and put near the, yes, we can do put them on start on the bottom of the harbor, make holes in the ship, and then turn back the same water. It will help, but too many consequences to make it possible.
Well,
And in any case,
you're wanting to use it to attack. I just want to use it to make the ship go.
uh, okay.
Because if we have a little bit of height to the back end of the ship, it's going to want to go downhill, right?
Mhm. We need to be level 7. To that spell, control water.
Okay.
It can do it whether wizard, druid, or cleric. Mm, and it's only cover 100 feet cube. You can make whirlpool, flood, move water, and split water. But again, it's only 100 feet cube. It's mean 1 or 2 ships.
Well, I'm only thinking of one ship. Because that's,
Mm,
well,
oh,
like, that's the kind of pirate I am.
yeah, but again, we need to. No, we can move through, but
But anyways, we don't have the fucking level to do it, so.
yep. And Drew can do, but again,
He's only 5th level.
I never. We need to level 7 for that.
Yeah.
Mm, I have small thunderstorm. Do you hear that?
No, I don't hear it.
Mm, good suppression technology.
Yep. You know, the other thing I was thinking about was explosions underwater. And,
Yes. Do you know that for tsunami, even nuclear bomb is not enough?
right, but think of it this way. We have a channel, right, that we have to go through in this reef.
Mm-hmm.
And we put the explosion in the channel behind us. It's going to get focused.
Mm,
Another thing that causes tsunamis is like cliff faces falling into the water,
yep.
you know? Can
Um,
we
best best stuff is if we make avalanche on that reef that go into the bottom of the sea. That movement can produce enough energy for tsunami. Such kind of movement, it's regular reason why tsunami exists. When you have huge avalanche, you have earthquake, it's provoke avalanche that put move very fast down through the water, and that misplacement of area creates tsunami. It's how regularly it's work.
Yep. So, how do we make that happen?
For that, Glenn Need said that we have something similar area that it can be possible. That's first limitation. Not in all places we have such area where it's possible.
But we
It's
have
mean,
maps figured
mm,
out.
yep. Next one. We need somehow provoke such kind of avalanche that probably require a lot of energy. Again, it's magic word. Much easier to find somebody who can do something like that. Mm, I don't know. For me, it just. Hmm. Hmm. I think about something more strange. Like, imagine that at night, where you prepare to move forward, just without dark night, some flying creature flying around ship and make this illusion spell noise that simulate galleys they try to move away and provoke ship to go after him. In that time, we're all distracted. Ship just go away and try to go as fast as possible and go through blockade. It can work too,
Yeah, yeah,
but it's
illusion.
much, much less annoying for DM
Okay.
because make such distraction and not damage their fleet is wasting of resources. If we have such opportunity, I prefer use it to destroy a lot of ships. It must be disaster. Imagine that you have a third of your fleet in the water and you lose that container that attract that giant monsters around that sea. Hmm, nice.
Yeah. You know, we could just put an invisibility spell on our magic user, let him fly over to where the blockading fleet is.
Hmm.
He
I
drops
yeah,
the sea serpent attractor.
I think about it, but I not have greater invisibility, and probably Glenn will ask that because of one stuff. Uh, you need action to drop that stuff, and it's broke your invisibility. To greater invisibility, it's level 7, like I remember. Mm, I will just double check it. Yep, again, it's only 1 minute, that it's not enough time. Mm, and it's again same as control water. It's level 4, that means you need level 7 magic user. But we have other option.
Yeah, I've got
We can
another option,
we can
but
swim underwater near them and do the same stuff. Just put
yeah,
something delay. Like imagine that you cover that open that lid for that potion, close and cover it with sugar or something that dissolve in water in few hours, and you just
yeah,
swim underwater to few of that ship connected, and in 4 6 hours after you finish and go back, that leads go loose and that stuff connected to that ship always attract monster to that ship.
you don't even have to attach it to the ship. Just sit in the
Yes,
general area.
but if they, in such case, they try to move away, but they move away, but that potion stay with them, and whenever their fleet try to reassemble, it's always attracts the monsters.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay. All right. We've had a area of dead space on my reception. Well, there's always the fire ship method. We strip out one of our little um, long boats, fill it with Greek fire, and sail it at them.
Yes, and
That's
it's
a
worked
tried and
so
true
many
method for
times.
breaking up.
Yeah.
Well, that's a tried and true method for breaking up naval formations from way back.
Mm. Best work when enemy ships in harbor, where they not have option to get away when they look in harbor. I know that English beat Napoleon fleet in such way in few strike before they just finish it all when Nelson died.
Yeah, Trafalgar, the Battle of
Yep.
Trafalgar. I know. I think they use that in the Spanish Armada, though.
No.
Walter Raleigh did that.
I not remember about Spanish Armada. Uh, that's more about Storm. Mm. In any case, maybe we just think about it tomorrow with other people. Maybe
Yeah.
they have some strange idea. Because game need to produce some strange, interesting idea.
Well, there's the fog cloud. That worked last time.
Hmm. We'll see how it's going. For me, it needs to be something funny. Okay. Yeah, not that good. Okay.
Well, we could get Drew to talk to a bunch of fish.
If it's happening, I don't know. For me, it's really, I don't know. But it's fantasy to play something like that. And I will try to know what exactly that I know about. Okay, but I can be open and it just go through behaviors that I provide. And I don't know. Is it good or not good?
I don't know. You were
Is it
robot
funny
done. I
for them?
really didn't hear you.
Uh, I say I don't know. Is it good? My character, is my character good? And it's make sense for people that I play in such way.
Well, I don't know that that even matters. It's all about, are you having fun with it?
Mm, mm, I don't know. It's not enough space for such character. Again, it's more power play with some nonsense around. Mm, mm, Same value for that stuff. And it's
Yeah.
questionable. What we play? We play more social game or more uh, fighter oriented game? Because your format is more must be more about social oriented game because you not always can even roll your own dice.
Right.
That it must be more discussion and all that stuff. But it sounds good. But again, be just looking on that world, associate with our worlds, and make fun of it. If we make fun of it.
You cut out, Constantine. I can't hear you.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me?
Okay, there we go.
Where are you? What with your connection?
Uh, we had some big storms come through here. I'm in Arkansas. I'm on Highway 40, so I should have a good connection all the way across. But
Mm,
today, not so much.
mm. And where you going? Somewhere to
I'm
Tulsa?
going to a place. I'm going to the east side of Little Rock, Arkansas, to a little town called Searcy.
Mm. That's miracles.
You ever hear?
Yeah.
Eh, close enough. I'm about an hour.
Mm. You take your ready delivery or just grab your stuff there?
Well, my job is to take an empty trailer from Siloam Springs to Searcy.
Mm. Hmm.
and then they'll tell me what's next when I get there.
Better that it wasn't Chinese ground.
I'm sorry, brother. You're cutting out. I can't hear. I can't understand what you're saying.
I said better if it will be no Chinese drone inside.
That's true. That's true. I don't think the Chinese are going to be too interested in Searcy, Arkansas.
You can just grab that stuff and put it somewhere in middle of Kansas where you have that nuclear silo, or deep there you have that aircraft stuff and so on and so forth. But again, maybe it will be not Chinese, maybe some Iranian stuff. Because after we destroyed a lot of Russian planes, everybody else can understand and they can repeat such stuff.
Yep.
Mm, But yeah, it's little bit annoying stuff. We'll see how it's going.
Yeah. It's 9 o'clock. Just in time for rush hour to go through Little Rock.
Mm, I yep. Mm. It's huge city. It can make some delays. Lit- Ah, 200,000. But again, 200,000, and in size, it's like a Kiev with 200,000.
Yeah, Little Rock's not very big.
Yeah. You have cities that size of whole region, but Little Rock in size of whole Kiev,
Yeah.
like I see
It
from
doesn't
some.
seem like it's as big as Kiev, though. It really doesn't.
Ah, again, it just what territory he takes on the map. It
Yeah.
just such stuff. I look it on map. I make base dimension, and it's 30 kilometers from one end to another. It's in Kiev the same, but in Kiev live 5 million people, and Little Rock 200,000. If I believe Wikipedia.
Yeah. Well, that's probably in the city of Little Rock itself, but with all the suburbs and everything, it's maybe a million.
Mm, I
Maybe.
that's maybe I just don't know how big suburbs. What you mean suburbs about such city like Little Rock? It's mean all small towns that adjust to it, and to each town.
Yeah.
You mean 100 kilometers, 50 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles from the city,
Now the
or you
ones
can drive.
that touch it, the
Oh,
ones where you can't tell if you're driving out of Little Rock and getting into fucking Sand Springs, you know.
okay.
So just put Greater Little Rock area population, and you'll get a fairly accurate answer.
Agglomeration, they write 700,000.
Okay, there you go. Like I said, it's not very big.
Mm, Yeah, not Shanghai already good.
But they're about ready to be very, very, very rich.
Why?
They found an absolutely huge lithium deposit in Arkansas.
It's like a deal with Ukraine about rare earth metals. We know that it's here, but you need to invest a lot of stuff here, and same happens there. But in the United States, all land already sold, and that means everybody around want to take a part of it. And
Yep.
with our investment and not in my backyard movement, uh, I not believe if it's not on government land that you need to only fight Greenpeace for that. I not believe that you will restore at least any manufacturing that take huge area. I not believe
Well,
in your system. I'm sorry.
I don't even understand what you're talking about, but the what they found is very deep underground, but it's all lithium salt, so they're going to be able to mine it hydraulically.
Mm,
So,
Greta Thunberg already going to Arkansas.
fuck her. They'll use the same process they use to get our table salt over here, because they do the salt dome mining in Kansas. Flood an area of salt with water, it turns into salt water, pump the salt water out, dehydrate it, you get salt.
Mm,
Lithium, salt, sodium, chloride, same fucking process.
okay.
It's better than ripping down a mountain and refining it, you know? It's all
Mm,
underground.
I don't know that lithium deposit. Always think that lithium is rare earth material. That means it's not have something concentrated enough.
Well, that's what I'm reading in the about the lithium salt deposit in Arkansas.
Mm, mm, we'll see.
Yep.
Because what I read that it's not so. It's some extras in zinc deposit.
You know, one that I'm talking about is in west central Arkansas, right around Hot Springs, north
Mm,
of Hot Springs, Arkansas.
I read about a lot of deposits in the United States. One was in Colorado, somewhere in desert side of that territory. Just in that empty places where just I think, okay, perfect place. You can do in that because it's not a lot of people around. Just silver mind on something like that. Just repeat the same circle. Just build stuff here. You not poison a lot of people around, but again, uh, Greenpeace come and said, okay, people, you understand that for a little moving with water and all that stuff, you need a lot of water. Yep. What you will do with that water? We don't know. And we know you put them in the water and you will get poisoned water from Utah to Mexican, not Mexican, California Gulf. That through Rio Grande, that Las Vegas, Arizona, all that territory. And said, okay. And I don't know what's going on with that project, but again, it depends. That's why China control all rare earth material because they don't care. They just process them and do it without any issues.
If there's enough money involved, somebody's going to make it happen.
Oh, yep. Mm,
We are now to Conway, Arkansas, which has a park called Toad Lick Park. I've always thought that Toad Lick Park sounds like a funny place to go. But I've never been.
mm. When I dreamed to visit Disneyland, it was a long, long time ago, and I'm already too old for that nonsense.
Yes, you are.
uh,
But I bet you could go to Toad Lick Park.
I can't go anywhere outside Kiev because I need to put notes to my government about it nowadays
Yeah.
because I not have permissions that I can free move around the country. Mm, mm.
Well, I'm starting to see blue sky. It's been raining all morning. So,
We have rain 2 or 3 days, and
yeah.
thunderstorm just end on my side too, and I see the sun.
Here comes the sun. Do, do, do.
Ah, You lose connection again.
No, I haven't lost connection. I am looking at my GPS map.
Mm. You need to go through that little rock, that city in middle.
Well, there's reporting massive congestion from a big car wreck. So I'm going to go around it.
Mm.
And let's hope that I remember how to do it.
You already drive a lot around that territory.
Yeah.
We'll see how it's going. Okay, not distract you for
Yeah.
from traffic. Have a nice day. Talk to you.
All right. Bye-bye. Talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
Remember, subject, action, object. Hello, Mr. Hemi. Cha-hua-hua.
Taters, you say, huh?
Yep, taters.
Taters. I like taters.
I like taters too.
Are you hauling taters
But you
today?
can't get no, but I'm cooking them.
Mm. Where you head to?
A little pissant town in Arkansas, near
Arkansas.
Little Rock.
Ah, you getting close?
Yeah, 41 miles.
It's not bad.
But I just had to get off the highway because there's apparently some type of big wreck in Little Rock. We are going around.
Roll
Hello.
down the mountain when she comes.
Yeehaw!
Yeah. Mr. Hemi's here. Mr. Hemi Fourweed. And AKS.
I believe AKS is at the gym. Just
Oh, he's just hanging out. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, let's see here. None of this is right. Oh, God, paperwork.
Hey, paperwork.
I found, I bought him a Texas Longhorns hat. So I guess he doesn't need it anymore. I guess I can take it back. Damn. That's morbid.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do? Throw it away? I mean, geez. Hook 'em horns, man. Hook 'em horns. So I just thought I'd check it.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Hey, Brandon, you looking for a
Yeah.
good deal on a retirement house in Florida?
I'll pass.
I should talk to Hammer. Maybe he wants to get into the landlord business. He could rent it and make shitloads
Maybe.
of money. But of course, it's like 400 miles away. He's way down south somewhere. So, yeah, that was a good stream you guys did last night. I might rebroadcast some of it later.
Free use, brother. Anything
I'm
you
on a
want.
limited budget though here for bandwidth. I wonder how much I've used. I'm using the old corporate phone. You know what I'm saying for that?
Oh yeah.
I think it's unlimited. So what do they give a shit? Right? They pay for it every month anyway. Who
Yeah.
cares? Mobile
Do they
data
even
shared
fucking
today.
Do they even audit your bandwidth?
Yeah, they don't fucking care. Like I said, I think it's AT&T or Verizon. One of these. It's like you get the deal, unlimited minutes. Doesn't matter. They don't. It's a fixed. Yeah, it's a fixed price. They do once in a while come up and say, "Oh, by the way, you use so much bandwidth." It's like, yeah, I don't care. It's unlimited. So fuck them. They can take it up with the company if they have a problem.
Yeah.
Or they could just cut it off. That did happen on the previous phone. There was like a 4 gig limit, and then that was it. Then they cut you off. So I guess the old corporation renegotiated a thingy or something.
Yeah. Well, when I first started with Verizon, they sold me a plan, and it's in the plan. It says unlimited data,
Mm-hmm.
and you get a few days into the stream, and all of a sudden they fucking cut me off, and I like called them up. I said, "What's going on?" And they're like, "Well, you're using too much," and I'm like, "It's unlimited."
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
we
Well, you
went
have
up,
to. Yeah.
2 or 3 months in a row doing that. They finally figured out that I meant unlimited data when they sold me unlimited data. And
If that's
no,
what
I
they
didn't
said.
want- Yeah, and no, I don't want to pay more.
Yeah, I mean, my contract with them is so old. I'm still limited to 4 gig maybe on the phone. But fuck, I never go anywhere anyway. I just use it at home and it's on Wi-Fi, so I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But they'll gladly give you another gig for $10 if you really need it. But then I think Verizon, that's a permanent. It's not a one-time thing. Then you have to pay $10 more a month to get your 5 gig. Fucking rat bastards.
I pay 45 a fucking month. They didn't, they wanted me to prepay, so I'm on their prepaid plan.
Really?
Then you get a discount. Yeah, then you get a discount if you do direct deposit.
Oh,
So
I think I have that too.
Yeah, every month, regular as clockwork. They take out $45 on the 19th, and on the 20th, I get fucking $10 back.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I've had mine for so long. It's just like I don't want to spend all that fucking money on a new phone. I don't need it. Phone still works.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see what happens when I get over to big old Denver. Oh my God.
Big old Denver, oh my God.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if I can transfer my internet right over there without any bullshit. Probably not. That'd be too easy. We don't want that. I do have the sweet internet though. I got it's the fiber. I mean, it's fucking fast. And it's nice to have. You can go in there, you can take a shit, watch videos. You can be cooking something on the stove and watch videos. You almost get out to your car, still watch videos. It's great. Now by the way, we're in Florida. We got.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm looking at my GPS.
No. Take care, Mr. Hemby. Before we dropped out because he's an asshole. That's why.
Well, did you know what his second name is?
No. What is it?
It's Sir Drops-a-Lot.
So drops. Yeah. Well, he's Zombro is the same way. He'll pop in, pop out. Oh, I don't want to take up your time. It's like, dude, that's why we're here. We want to talk to you. Oh, I got to go work at the gym. Or I got to go play chess or drink a bottle of whiskey or whatever he does. He's a crazy bitch.
He'll tell you all kinds of things, but what he really means is he's going to go fap.
Well, of course, when he hears us on the air, yeah. I mean, he says, yeah, hey, Hamster, do a stream so I can work out. And we know what he's doing. We know what he's doing.
Right. The forearm.
His right arm's like 3 times the size of his left. He's got a Popeye right arm and a Limp Biscuit left arm. We know. Understandably, when you hear my pleasant tonalities, it tends to get everybody horny. What are you gonna do?
That's why I look forward to your calls every day.
Pepe Le Pew.
And you'll wonder, hey Brandon, why can't you stay in your lane? Now you know why.
You got something in the way there. Yeah, I know. I hear you. Hell, I even listen to my own streams and I get horny. It's just, hey. Oh, God. Oh. All right. How far are you from your destination? Do you think?
34.9 miles.
Oh, my God. And then you're going to pick up another load of shit and go back to Bentonville, or what's going on?
I have no idea. I'll do whatever they tell me.
As long as they pay me, I'm good. As long as I don't have to unload the fucking truck myself. As long as I'm driving, I'm happy. Leave me alone. Thank you.
I'll unload it if they pay me for it.
Oh, if they give me a forklift, yeah.
Right now, I'm not. Fuck.
Unload it by hand. It might take me
So-
14 hours, but you know, hey.
Right now, I have an empty trailer, so that's pretty easy to unload.
You know, that would be an easy one to unload, yeah. Open the doors, let some fresh air in. Zip. It's good.
These
Get up there and
Walmart
spray it
stores,
out.
So they've even got it's like a roll-up door. It's like a garage door in the back of this thing.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Handy.
Yeah.
They probably have most of their logistics all all figured out, all programmed out, all simulated out, I'm guessing.
Yes, they do.
Could be quite a simulation, too. Kind of fun to do that, I think.
Well, if you like
wonder
model
what-
train sets, it'd be fucking perfect job for you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I just think is you could have, you know, you could have real-time data even. Because they know where you are, right? They got a GPS on you anyway, don't they?
Well, they
I
got
suppose they do.
GPS on every trailer.
Yeah. So they know when you're going to get there, and then there's an average time of when you unhook, how long it takes for you to get the next thing, and so they can if they shave off 10 minutes, they're probably saving $100,
Yeah,
and it adds up. Yeah.
Yeah, if you multiply that across all the fucking trucks they got running,
Yep.
huge fucking savings.
I mean, I imagine if you're a 10,
Huge.
huge, big, huge, big, big, huge. I mean, if you have 10 or 20 trucks, it probably doesn't make that much sense to fuck around with that. But if you got 1,000, then that's real money. You can save a bunch. And of course, what they'll do, Brandon, did you know when they're saving all that
What
money,
will
they're
they
just going to
do?
pass? They're going to pass it right on to you in your paycheck, right? Isn't that what they always do? Yeah. Yeah, you bet.
Well, apparently, one of the heiresses of the Walton fortune, one of Sam's daughters, is supporting what they're now calling No King's Day,
No king.
because they've got to make it all about Trump.
Of course. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I hate to tell you, corporate America, we elected him. So fuck off. We got him for 4 years. So
And your fucking sources of cheap labor, we don't like them.
yeah, I don't know. Does Walmart do a lot of that? I don't know if they have illegals working
Yes,
for
they
them. I
do.
can't imagine. Do they?
God,
I didn't-
everything Walmart does is to save money. They don't
Sure.
fucking have full-time employee. That most of their employees aren't on full-time. In fact,
Or part-time? Yeah. Yeah.
most of their employees have to have fucking welfare and food stamps
Right.
to live.
Yep.
Which I believe is a form of corporate welfare. We're all
Of course it is.
paying,
Yeah.
everything we pay to those people so they can eat and have a roof over their head
Mm-hmm.
is money that they should be being paid by their job.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. Totally. But the
You know,
government
and-
fucking sets the rules up. So we got to lobby the
Well-
government and say this is bullshit. Sorry, But I mean, all Walmart. If we say to the government, if the rules say, okay, if somebody works more than 19.7 hours a week or whatever, they can't get food stamps or whatever the case is, right? And then Walmart will just make it 19.6. It's the way it'll work. They're in a lot of these small towns where people don't have a lot of options, right? It's kind of work there or you got nothing. So
Especially
Yeah.
after Walmart came in and got rid of all the small businesses.
all the other stores, yeah, that's right. So I'm going around unplugging everything because there's really no reason to have any of this shit plugged in.
No.
Right? Potentially you could have a fire. We don't want that.
With
So-
no insurance, no, you don't want that.
I wonder, well, we're going to be down here again in a week or so. I guess I'll leave the water heater on But you know, that'd
afraid
save money too.
You afraid the pipes will freeze?
No. I'm just saying it's just sitting there doing nothing and wasting money. So
Yeah, there's no reason to have it on.
no, I'm saying we're going to be back here in a week. So we're going to want to take a shower.
Yeah, but what's it take?
But
2
you
to
can
3
turn it on
hours?
when you get here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But maybe I'll turn it off. Maybe. These fucking medical. Now they don't want to come and get it. Of course they don't. Why would they? So fuck them. I'm going to have a beer.
That's a great idea.
And I tell you what, man. It is fucking hot. It's particularly nasty today. Oof. I went out to the Winn-Dixie, or not, Publix, got a bag of ice. It was like half melted by the time I got home. It was like 3 miles.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah. Oh, that beer's cold, though.
Big fucking money right around here. Horse money.
Yeah.
Horse money.
Well, I'm kind of surprised. Sorry.
Fancy fences. Big fucking
All that
barns.
kind of good stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of surprised that right down the street from here, we're in Deltona. There's a Howland Boulevard as a main drag. There's some fancy ass fucking houses on that drag. It's like, whoa, who's making money in Deltona, Florida, or Orange City? Somebody, apparently.
Yep.
Damn, that does taste good, though. Wow. I got myself 3 gallons of unsweet tea down there at the Publix, man.
And not a beer?
It's like, what's that?
No beer?
Well, I've got beer in the fridge. Yeah.
I thought
I already got that
you'd
yesterday.
be drinking
So
beer.
I am drinking a beer.
Why were you talking about iced tea then?
Well, I was just going to say, I got the bag of ice that melted, and I got 3 gallons of tea.
Oh, I'm following along now.
Yeah, because
I was
there's a, yeah.
well, I was having an anachronism.
Ah, I see. Yes, you're having an aneurysm. You mean?
No, an anachronism. My sense of your time was wrong.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Then there's this Greek restaurant down the street. It looks pretty good. I might go there tomorrow. I'm not getting
Can you
anywhere
read
near the
the,
car if I have a
menu?
beer. Sure. Yeah.
Oh, good. So it's not all
Gonna get-
Greek then.
Ha ha. Oh, that's Greek to me. Fuck you. You son of a- I can. Hey, I know some Greek letters, motherfucker. I went to engineering school. There's psi and phi and delta and gamma, alpha, beta, gamma, epsilon, delta, all that. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Zeta, omicron, pi, rho, lambda, mu. Don't even start with me, man. Just don't even do it. Of course, your fucking Greek letters mean something else compared to my fucking Greek letters, but you know, okay.
I don't have any Greek letters.
Well, I mean, your engineering discipline. You guys have different uses for the same letters.
Yeah.
Like, if you're doing an imaginary equation, you probably use J or I. You probably use I.
We use I.
We use J. We use J because I stands
is
for current. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. And there's a big damn dragon out here. He's showing his, what the hell is the thing that comes out of the bottom of his face? Like a big red thing. I suppose he's trying to get position here.
Laid?
Probably. Yeah, well, that too. Yeah.
I don't know if I wanted to have sex if I was a dragonfly.
No,
The lady
not,
dragonflies fucking eat the heads off the guys.
not a dragon, a lizard, a chameleon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Those fucking things are everywhere. And they're good. They eat bugs, so I love them. They're great.
Yeah.
He's only about, he's a small one. He's about 5 inches long. It's not terrible. They can get bigger. Because everything's bigger down here in Florida. Especially the fucking bugs. Yeah?
Have you met Florida man yet?
Anywhere you go. Yes. Anywhere. You go anywhere, they're there. Yes, sir, I have. There are a lot of, well, actually, I don't know if I told you this story. I probably didn't. You might find this interesting. And so,
I might not.
well, yeah. All right, well, fuck you then. I'm going to hang up. Oh, you some bitch. Anyway, so I'm over there in Orange City, right, yesterday.
Yeah, Orange
And
City.
Orange City. I assume at some point they actually had oranges over there. They don't anymore.
Yeah.
And I had to go get a key made, right? There was only like one key in the house. So I stopped at the Ace Hardware, went in and get the key. Guy was telling me, he says, oh yeah, the fucking heat, blah, blah, blah. I can't smell anything. I'm like, really? Did you get COVID? Or, you know, what's that? Oh, no. I was an MMA fighter. I'm like, what? Apparently he got his face busted so much he lost his sense of smell. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But he was also a Navy guy. He was in the Navy.
Ah.
And I said, hey, I know a guy who was in the Navy. He's a real fucking asshole. You should listen to him. He goes, oh, yeah, I listen to that fuck all the time. He's terrible. I said, yeah, I know. Yeah. He's a buddy, though. So, you know, be nice. So if you see some guy, MMA fighter, fuck you, Brandon, in the thing, you know who he is.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So that was interesting. You know, of course, I had to tell him about Pop, right? I said, oh, yeah, listen to this guy. He's an Army Ranger, Green Beret, and all this. And, yeah, he used to go rearrange people's faces for fun. It's like, oh, God. I don't know. He didn't do MMA, but he was like he's just a regular boxer. Those MMA guys got to be pretty fucking physical. That's got to be a pretty tough job. And plus, you get beat up all the time. So that probably sucks.
Yeah. I wouldn't think it would be a good time for me, but they enjoy it.
Look at this. Another role with Amazon Web Services. This time in Denver. I think that would be fun to work for them. But I'll take what I have. I'm good. But you know, when I do retire, I bet they hire a few contractors. You know what I'm saying?
I'm hearing what you're putting down.
You hear what I'm throwing down, yo? Brothers?
What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys. I didn't know you let me backstage.
Polska freaking Bob. Holy shit.
What's up,
How you doing, man? Same old shit. Down in Florida, you know, cleaning up after the old man. He passed on Wednesday.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that.
Thank you. But, I mean, he got to 90, Polska. I mean, fuck. Come on. You know, you can't get too much better than that, really.
My old man only made it to 80.
Yeah, well, that's a little worse. You know, and we were just talking about SC as well. You know, when they go young, I mean, 60 is really almost middle age these days.
You know what? That's kind of why I'm trying to here. Brandon, I just want to say that your stream last night was fucking awesome. I watched the replay of it because I wanted to join, but I have to sit with my mom and take care of her during between 5 and like 7:30 p.m. So I kind of don't really get to join in on some of the streams and stuff like that. But what an awesome tribute! All you guys talking about how cool SCE was. Billy's wonderful fucking that website. I even went in on it and wrote some words for his family. You know, did they know how far his web reached? You know,
I don't believe they did. I don't believe
I
they knew
don't. I
any
don't
of
think
that.
I don't think they had any clue.
You know, and there was attempts to contact them, and they did not reply. So I don't
Maybe,
believe they wanted to have anything to do with that part of his life.
and maybe they will in the future if they see you know how far and how many comments you know that it's gonna get and stuff like that. Like I commented like 3 times on my in this.
Guys, I gotta bail. I'll be back.
Later,
I'd say
hamster.
But I was so moved by all you guys just like, you know, talking about it, the stories about him, and like even you know, he called me on like at least 3 or 4 different times just to kind of give me a heads up of, you know, what's going on, some of the infighting and when that shit happened and what to get involved in and what not to. And he always gave me a heads up because and I know Hammer was on last night, and Hammer and Undead used to overlap their streams. And so he would text me or Discord being, hey, you take Hammer stream and I'll do Undead Chronics, because he was much more well known in Chronic Circle than I was. I kind of made it a point to not really get involved with the what's Chronics called?
Hey, Bob, I'm having a very hard time hearing you right now.
Oh, sorry. It's because I don't have my headset in and I'm driving.
Yeah.
But what's the name for Chronic's crew?
The war band.
The Warband, that's what it was. Yeah, like I was never big on joining the Warband and all them guys and stuff like that. And I had some wrenches, you know, across some of their channels like Sir Yeetus and stuff like that. But I never really got too involved. So he always asked me to cover Hammer and he do Warband stuff.
Right.
So he always gave me that heads up. And the one time I was picking his brain about being the master wrench, right? I know you guys talked about it at the end of the stream. It was like that I was in competition with him. I wasn't in competition with him. I kind of didn't believe that it was actually possible. So I more or less accepted a challenge.
Well, we weren't talking about you being the master wrench, but what we were saying is you guys were collecting wrenches.
Oh, I'm still collecting them now, but I just don't keep track of it anymore because he told me, he's like, just keep doing what you're doing, and he's like, you'll hit that number you want. It's gonna happen, and you're gonna realize it's gonna happen sooner than it will. You realize, and he was absolutely 100% right. I never thought it. I just accepted it to just be this wall to break through, not to, you know, get a number ahead of him. Nor like I said, I left it in the comment that out of respect, after I actually counted 101, I stopped counting after that, because to me at that point it just didn't matter anymore. It was just this was something that can be achieved, and I never thought it could. I mean, like, who who has the time in the day to wrench 100 fucking plus channels? Nobody
A
has that
retired
time.
guy.
Even the retired guy still has got to sleep. He's got to eat. You can eat while you wrench, but you can't sleep in a wrench. That's for sure. And then I finally realized what he was doing all along. He was building me up to someone take his place, and the rest of us who all became wrenches all over everybody else's channels. And like I just realized that last night that he did that for me to take his place. And let's face it, nobody can really take his place. He is the master wrench. And God forbid it's fucking awesome Texas accent. I can still hear it now, Brendan.
Yeah.
I can hear him telling me to stop fucking around, and my Facebook profile is way too easy to find, and he told me to change my fucking picture, which of course I did as soon as I got off the phone with him. And just an outstanding, wonderful guy. And it sucks that I didn't get to join you guys and say that for the tribute.
You know, you were on, Bob.
I'm sorry?
You came onto the panel, Bob.
Last night?
Yeah.
Oh, it might have been afterwards, I think. But I wasn't in the 1 hour and 17-minute stream that all you guys were on. I was watching
you
that.
were.
No, I was not. I missed it. Oh, here, I wanted to tell you something, Brandon. So I was talking with Ike and Soldier Girl last night because they had called me and I was listening to the replay. I'm like, can you guys call me back? I need to watch this stream about SEE. And they're like, oh yeah, no problem. They're like, send me a link. So they were watching it. And I was talking with them afterwards, and we are going to create on our wrestling stream, we are going to create an SEE belt, a championship belt for him, in wonderful tribute of our good friend. And it's going to have a big giant blue fucking wrench on it.
That'd be perfect, wouldn't it? Yes.
I thought that'd be a great tribute to the man, the myth, the legend.
The legend, yes. He could have the blue wrench in first place, and you could have the blue wrench second place.
No, and I figured the only one who can ever go up in God damn it, is there another fucking train? Ah, hell. But
Oh, Polska. I don't talk to you enough, man. You are fucking hilarious.
But the only people who are going to be eligible to go up for the belt, for SE's belt, are wrenches themselves.
Of course, yeah.
So if you don't have a wrench, you can't fight for that belt. And of course, nobody can win it because it's his belt.
That's right.
You can only just hold it.
Put like a big wrench on the buckle. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'll design that shit myself. I'm somewhat of an artist, and so yeah, I thought that'd be a great idea.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So our next wrestling stream, we're gonna do a tribute to him, and I think for our Wednesday gaming stream that Ike and I do, I think we just might not game at all and just talk about him. So
That would be cool. You need to come on my stream once in a while, you fuck. You never come over anymore.
you don't invite anybody.
Oh, come on now. If I knew you were going to show up, I'd invite you.
You never leave a link. You don't even email me anymore, Hamster. Who fucking emails anymore?
Here we go. Now we get the real deal. I think I have your
Oh,
address.
Bob.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, we were in his hometown, and he didn't even
That's
come
true.
see us.
That's true.
Yeah. You guys all met up and had dinner. I could imagine, like I said, the sound of his voice when he used to call me and just bullshit back and forth and stuff like that. His accent, that's like I said, I can hear it now. That will never go away.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm still here. Or you mean SCE? I'm sorry. Whose accent are we talking about?
We're talking about SCE's Texas accent.
I know. I'm just kidding. Now, hey, Polska.
Yeah.
By the way, when I wasn't at the wasn't at the meetup because I was up in Illinois.
I thought you
That's
were in
where I was.
Minnesota.
No, it was Illinois. I didn't want to give it away, but yeah, it was Illinois.
But
So you could come over. You could have come over. I was there for 3 weeks. You could have come over. You didn't. You son of.
Where were you in Illinois?
Rockford.
You were in Rockford, really?
Yeah.
I could have totally came up and visited.
I know. It's like, 45 minutes or 50, 60 minutes over. Yeah.
No, my buddy went to Rockford's got the university over there. My buddy went to college there.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what the nickname of Rockford, Illinois is? I know you know.
Is it Rockville? I don't know.
No, Screw City.
Screw City.
Yeah, it's Screw City.
I knew it was something stupid.
Apparently, they made billions of screws or something for World War II, and they got the nickname of Screw City because that's where all the screws came from.
Oh well.
I actually liked it up there. It's not bad. It's like a kind of a suburb of Chicago, but with more crime.
It's nowhere near a suburb of Chicago. It's not even in fucking the same county. It's like it's like 4 counties away, Hamster.
I know. I'm just saying. It's like a suburb of Chicago. It's similar, but obviously you don't have. You're not in Chicago. I'm just saying it's similar, not the same. It's not in Chicago. I know that.
It's so.
I was fucking there. I know it wasn't Chicago.
You know what's funny is people from Rockford don't refer to themselves as Chicagoans because they know it's that far away that any actual proper, city proper Chicagoan would bust them the fuck out and say, "You're not from fucking Chicago. You're from Rockford, dickface."
Well, I mean, Aurora is only 30 miles away. It's not really that far, really.
It's not, but it's far enough away to not be considered Chicagoland.
And that's why I liked it. Oh my God. I like Chicago, but I wouldn't want to live there. But if I were 45 minutes away to go get some food or whatever, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Chicago and I don't want to live here.
I know you live in Chicago.
You know what the forecast is today, Hamster?
Tell me what it is.
Canadian wildfire smoke. That's the fucking forecast here.
I saw that when I flew down here Wednesday. It was all smoke. Yeah, all over the place.
Yeah,
even here is Florida. It was it was kind of that hazy, smoky shit.
No, it's been like this for was it Friday? Since at least Monday.
Yeah, those Canadians burning their weed up there with Mr. Hemi 4 weed.
Oh, that's another thing. I missed Dak on the panel last night. I'm really keeping track of what's going on in Canada and Alberta and how Alberta is going to say fuck you to Canada.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, Dak doesn't even talk to me anymore, so I feel really bad.
Hamster.
What?
Did you see that fucking India flight that crashed?
Oh my God. Horrible. Yeah.
Did you notice something about the video?
No, I didn't.
Well, Hamster, they weren't configured to take off. They had no flap.
That's what I've heard. They didn't have flaps. But how did they get off the ground in the first place, though? Really?
Well, you can get off the ground without without flaps to, you know, to start getting up in the air, but they never lifted up their gear.
Well,
So-
they didn't really have time. It was
Well,
very
it's-
short.
As soon as you take off, it's gear up.
Well, they they yell out positive rate of climb or whatever, and then they
Yeah,
pull the gear
right.
up.
And then you put your gear up and you climb more. And then you can release your flaps because you've got all that speed, right?
Well, sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, once you have enough air flowing over the wings, yeah,
Yeah.
you know, it's got enough lift, and you don't need the flaps anymore. But I mean,
Yeah,
they did get off the ground. They got up to 600 feet.
Yeah, but
So,
if-
and then they
if-
crashed.
if you
It's
don't have
horrible stuff.
if you don't have your flaps configured, you ain't getting that high off the ground.
I don't think you're even getting off the ground with a 787.
Yeah, they definitely did get off the ground, but it's a fucking tragedy. And as soon as I saw it, I'm like, the first thing I thought was, that's fucking pilot error. They weren't even configured.
Well,
to take off.
they're you know, I watched a few of those videos this morning, and what I found what's really interesting is the rat, the turbo thing that flops down
Yeah,
when everything
the
fails.
generator thing?
That
Yeah.
deployed, yeah, that deployed.
Yeah,
And so-
I saw video of it before the flight saying that the air conditioning wasn't off and it was like low on power and stuff like that.
Yeah,
The only time that thing deploys is when the engine's
everything's really
powering.
fucked up. Yeah,
it's not powering the plane. Give me a second, Hamster. I got to make a delivery.
yeah. Go ahead, Brandon. I'm sure you've analyzed or looked at those videos. What's your thoughts? I mean,
What?
can you get a 787 off the ground with the flaps not extended? I don't think you can.
It was a 777,
No, 787 is a Dreamliner.
was it? Oh.
Yeah.
It depends on how fast you're going.
Well, thank you, Mr. Aeronautical Engineer. Yeah, but I mean, he did take off, right? It looked like they were getting, you know, positive vertical stuff, and then it just got. So I don't know what the hell happened. Some people were speculating instead of pulling up the landing gear, they retracted the flaps, which seems really unlikely, but possible. I
Very
suppose.
unlikely.
Yeah. And as
Very
Paul Skabab was saying, evidently in that aircraft, there's a warning system that if you're going for takeoff, if you don't have flaps extended, it's going to warn you.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. That's just a terrible, terrible thing. You just hate to see it. Just, oh God. You know? And that one guy, did you see that? In seat A11, somehow got ejected from the aircraft and lived. Walked away from it. It's like, wow. That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm finding it hard to believe that if you don't have flaps extended, your V1 speed or whatever would have to be extreme, I suppose. But whatever that's the go no go speed, I think, V1, or is that rotation?
Well,
whatever. Yeah.
It's V1 is the speed where you can no longer,
You no longer abort the takeoff. Yeah. So I don't know, man. And did you hear the rat that was deployed?
No,
The
I haven't heard anything about it. So.
okay, well, evidently, that little fan thing that drops down,
The
to-
Ram Air turbine?
ram air, yeah, that came
Yeah,
down.
It's basically like an alternator that's
Yeah.
running
I'm
out of
empty.
power.
And there's a video I watched some guy where he turned the sound up so you can hear it,
I mean,
and you could clearly hear the rat,
see?
but you
Want me
couldn't
to
hear the
run
jet
live for
engines.
you and let
So
you see? All right.
So
Where are
the
you at?
engine's cut out. They lost power.
kind of what it looks like, yeah. Looks like the engines they both flamed out. They didn't even flame, they just stopped which is again unusual. That doesn't normally happen. So
Yeah, so the plane stalled, is what happened.
oh yeah, clearly. So it lost thrust. It didn't have any power, and it fell out of the sky, which is just wow. I mean, the chances of two engines failing at the same time are something like 1 to the power of minus 12.
Yeah,
Right.
it's crazy. Of that
One in 1 trillion. It's crazy shit. Because you can take off. Apparently, you can take off with one engine with those aircraft. There's enough thrust.
You can fly with one engine.
Oh sure, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fuck, in World War II, those bombers, some of them, they'd be 3 engines out, and one propeller, all you need to get back home and land.
Right. So, I mean, there's a lot of information. I'm waiting for this. Who is that one guy? Blanco Lirio. Probably is going to have a pretty good answer on that. What he thinks happened. He's pretty good at that. But yeah, such a tragedy for all the people who died. It's just terrible stuff.
You know what I'm thinking now too is, like I said, I didn't see any flaps, and a lot of people noticed that it wasn't configured for flaps. Maybe they didn't have any power to or hydraulics to set the flaps.
Well, if they didn't, they wouldn't have taken off, though, right?
Oh, I don't know.
They couldn't have taken off. If they couldn't set the flaps, they couldn't take off. And Brandon is the expert here. He's the
The
avionics guy.
The alarms would have been on
Wailing,
before they even started down the runway.
Yeah, I mean, none of us really know the electronics in that thing, but I'm assuming that if you can't deploy your flaps on takeoff.
From what I heard about it, the Dreamliner is like super advanced, and the autopilot, like it wouldn't even let you engage with the takeoff without setting flaps.
It's all it's all fly by wire.
Yeah, the computer controls everything. Or actually, 3 of them.
Once you set it to control, you still manually have to fly some of it.
No, it's all computer.
No, you don't.
Yeah, it's all computer.
The pilot flies the autopilot. The autopilot flies the aircraft.
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
And so it has to be set up, I'm guessing, in a certain way that if it's not, it's going to give you a big alarm. It's like, no.
Now, like, you got to go through that checklist before you even
Lots of
press the
yeah.
gas.
Yeah.
You know?
Lots of checklists, yeah. And so that's all to prevent this sort of thing from happening. But I can't believe that the pilot or the co-pilot, they're not going to try to take off if they don't have flaps. That's crazy.
I believe they thought everything was great, and then all of a sudden, bam, it wasn't.
Yep, it could have been a massive failure. It could have been it could have been the computers didn't transfer control. Maybe one failed. It didn't work. And so God only knows, right? The FAA and the Indian Transportation Board and Boeing and everybody who's been involved with that airplane is going to be there. Try to figure out what the hell happens. Yeah.
I guarantee you the NTSB has boots on the ground right now there.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then they'll get the company over, and they'll get anybody who put anything on that plane will be there.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Any electronics, all that shit. Yeah.
But Boeing's definitely there. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be Boeing, like Rockwell Collins, Honeywell, Garmin, all those people. They're going to say, what the fuck happened, right? And because shit like this should never happen. Again, 1 in 1 trillion chance of both engines flaming out at the same time.
Are those GE engines or are they Rolls Royce?
I don't know. I think they're GE, but not sure about that.
It's got to be GE.
It's either GE, Pratt and Whitney, or Rolls Royce. It's one of the 3.
Yeah,
I think I read somewhere that there were 2 options: the Rolls Royce or the GE, but I'm not sure about that. But again, if you look at the statistics, you know, not that I would know, but Brandon would know. Typically, you go for a 1 in a million chance of something happening. And when you have two engines and the chance of them failing is 1 in a million, you multiply that together. So it's a 1 in a trillion chance that these both engines are going to go out at the same time. Very unusual, really odd stuff.
Yeah, like most of the disasters happen within the first 5 minutes of a flight and the last 5 minutes of a flight.
Well,
That's
really, Bob, if you want to think about it, all the disasters happen in the last minute of the flight.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
Too soon on that, maybe?
Everything was fine until that last 10 seconds. That really sucked. God, you're evil, Brandon. You are evil.
Except for that one guy who jumped out.
Yeah, the one guy got blew out of the plane. It's like, holy shit. He was on A11. So maybe, since Boeing doesn't apparently know how to put doors on it, maybe the door fell out and he just got blown out. Who knows?
Hey guys,
I've been on a 787 from Japan. It's a nice fucking plane. You know, really nice. It's roomy. It's quiet.
give me a minute. I gotta load up and head down the pool and grab a cup of coffee. All right?
We're not going anywhere, sir. Nowhere.
Neither am I.
Okay, good. So yeah,
I'm obviously going the wrong fucking way.
Well, Brandon, you should.
I'm looking for H. Where the fuck is H?
It's after G, and before
Yeah,
I.
well, I haven't been able to find it because now I'm back to D.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, whatever are you going to do, sir?
I'm going to turn around and go back.
Are you going to pull out your magic wand? It's probably already out since I'm on the stream. Hey, how you doing? Oh my God.
Yeah.
And we haven't even gotten to the Israeli strikes in Iran.
Are they doing that now?
Oh, that happened yesterday. Huh? They took out every one of their nuclear fucking places. Every one of them. Iran evidently tossed like 100 or 200 drones in the air going back to Israel, and they shot every fucking one of them down. With the help of Jordan, by the way. So,
yeah.
Apparently they killed most of the top military people in Iran, the generals and shit, and took out all their nuke stuff. So, I don't like war, but the crazy thing, Brandon,
Yeah.
is apparently the Mossad, you know, the Secret Service of Israel. They were so embedded in Iran that they were making fucking drones in Iran, you know, purportedly to help Iran, but then when this attack happened, they fucking put the drones and attacked Iran with them. It's like, what the hell? That's pretty crazy.
And now we're to fucking M. Where the fuck is H? Ah! I've got to ask a yard dog. I'm fucking lost.
All right. We'll wait.
Yeah, well, I can drive real slow through their parking lot and talk to you at the same time. Apparently, I can't find one of the letters of the alphabet. Hamster, did you know I've had that before?
No, I've heard
When
that.
I was a little kid, I could only remember 20 fucking... There's 26 letters, right?
Yeah.
Well, I could only remember 25 of them.
Wow. Which one did you forget, Brandon?
I don't know why.
Oh, God, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Oh my God. There you go, Mr. Dad joke. I loved it. Hey, I gotta go take a whiz. I'll be right back.
All right, you do that. Let me talk to this guy. Yo. Hey, where's H? Where's H? H. Thank you. He knew.
Oh, I gotta wait. God damn it. I got my coffee though.
All right.
So I kind of want to give you guys a little bit of a heads up of what I've been doing. I've been on basically a side quest. So you guys know how much I love Japanese music, right?
When will you start listening to it?
When will I stop? When will I stop not listening to Japanese music? Never, because it's the best music in the world.
No, I meant when will you start listening to the music? I've heard you listen to like this baby metal stuff.
No, yeah. Baby. There's a lot of there's a lot of other stuff, but I got recruited to become part of bandmates like Discord, and we kind of set up this goal to get them to 1 million subs on YouTube. And when we started, Brandon, I think they had 521,000 subs.
Uh-huh.
And since we started like getting more people to get notice of them, we've got them up to 781,000 subs
Nice.
in like 9-10 months. It hasn't been a year, but that's kind of like one of my goals is to get them to 1 million subs on YouTube.
And what will they do for you? Will you get like fellatio?
No, nothing at all. And that's the whole point. It doesn't matter.
Not even a hand job?
Nothing. I probably will never get recognition for it, but none of that matters. It's to spread the joy of the music.
Okay. Well, I'll be back in just a second. I have to unhook from my lovely empty Walmart trailer.
Yeah, do your thing. Looks like you're at your stop.
Yeah.
When an hamster changes its avatar,
He
Dr.
changes it almost daily.
Dr. Tasty Trotters? What does that even mean?
If you have to ask, you don't need to know.
Yeah, you know what? It's probably better I don't know, right? No, I just need to turn on the AC. Give me a minute, guys.
Did you go potty? Huh? Did you go potty?
Oh, what's that excessive beeping?
That's my truck telling me to put my seatbelt on.
Let me see if I can get my earpiece going, Brandon. I can hear you guys better and you can hear me better. Brandon, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
It's still coming through my phone. Hold on, I'm gonna have to leave and come back, okay?
Okay.
Check it out. I got my road porn set up.
Yeah.
I'm in the big van, so I still have the setup that I've had for I don't know how long. So I can take you guys along for the ride. And as you can see, the forecast is Canadian wildfire smoke. It even smells like it too. Well, not too busy of a day today.
I'm driving around looking for Central Dispatch now.
Got to be around there somewhere, Brandon.
Well, there's a bunch of trucks parked, so it's probably pretty close to here. A bunch of tractors parked.
Where are you, Brandon?
I am in Arkansas, northeast of Little Rock, in a
Oh, okay.
pissant town that you've never heard of, called Searcy.
Is that like Greek?
Ever hear of it?
Circe? No.
Probably not.
It sounds Greek to
So I am going to let you all go because you never can tell how long it's going to take to get dispatched out of Walmart. And I've got paperwork to do and all kinds of good stuff.
Well,
So
Brandon, thank you for letting
I've
me
got
come
5
on.
hours
And
left on my clock. And no marriage.
have a good one, brother.
All right. As I was saying, no marriage, no cohabitation, and no new children will keep you out of indentured servitude and usury. I am hanging out here. I've got paperwork to do, and I have to go into the office, and I have no idea how long it's going to take him to get me a new job. So, Mr. Hemi would tell you, don't bring your fucking girlfriends around here, eh? And I'll tell you, MGTOW is for normal men, and the golden age of MGTOW is ahead of us. So be good to each other. Help a brother out. And I'll catch you on the road again the next time I go on the road again. Bye.